Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. Today we are back in our Nomadic ONI playthrough, where, think of it as slightly more of an imperialist nomadic playthrough. We intend to strip mine everything, utilise everything, and then launch it all with us when we go. That's the plan. Hello Chthonic One, hello KJ, and Neo, it's lovely to see you all today. I hope you're all well. I actually quite enjoyed your nomadic joke, Chthonic One. Hello Casa, welcome in today. Hope you are well also. Hey Ralph Ren. Let us carry on. So today our hope is to do some refinement down here. So the dupes are stripping all of this out, and once they've done that we should have a nice big pool of water down here that we can do some early game metal refining in. Hang on, I've started speaking. So now I've started sneezing. I don't know where these two things go together. Maybe I should talk to myself for a little bit before I start streaming every day. See if that gets the sneezing out of the way. What have I built this bin for? I have no idea. There was probably some sort of reason. Oh, I think I vaguely considered putting this this mealwood seed that has this lovely little mutation with it in there. Where are all these shiny nymph eggs? Good, they're all in there. That's okay then. So yes, that's the plan for today. We only have 5 duplicants so far, but we're probably not going to get all that many more. I'm thinking of going up to about 8, I think, for easier launching and setting up on other planets. We put Amelia to do our ranching here. Also be our doctor. Joni Benoni to do our mechatronics, but also likes building and digging, which is also true of Lead Chips Eater, but Lead Chips Eater is a little bit more of a digger. But the idea is that they'll both do both of those things. We've got Neo here, who's our scientist, can also cook, can do a bit of farming, and Nicola, who is also a cook and a decorator, but also an engineer. So that's the plan, that everyone will have multiple skills. How we will afford that in terms of morale, who knows? The answer might be, what's the answer? Massage tables. That might be the answer. That's what I was thinking. But then I was also thinking that I should sweep out all the seeds and algae. Where is it? It's an organic, isn't it? Out of here before these Pacu eat them all. Now, what is it that you don't think you have storage for? Seeds. Let us put sweep-only seeds in here, out of the realm of Pacu. And we'll see if we can save a bit from the Pacu, because they are, after all, voracious. We are starting to clean out the oxygen down here, which is nice. We've got this bunch of Pacu as well, who are currently living here. We're going to have to think of somewhere else for them to live. Here is not an acceptable place for them to live forever. I was sort of thinking I might move all the water over here, but now I appear to have built my coal generation there, so who knows what we'll do with that. We could just let the... Once we use up this water, we could just let the Pacu flop their way over here. We'll see. Okay. Speed that up a little bit. As there's a fair bit for the duplicants to be getting on with, especially considering that, of course, we don't have that many of them. We're sticking all our hatches up here. They are open, this isn't a closed room, so they will continue to live quite happily up here for as long as necessary. And if we find any more, we can also just dump them up here in the short term so that we can maintain our wild population, but not have them eat all of our resources. So I was thinking about things that we'll want to do, because ideally, as much stuff as we can gather off this map, we want to find ways to be able to fire it with us, I suppose, or carry it with us. So if we have a look at the star map, what have we got here? Water. Well, we can find ways to fire that. We can also use it for salt or dirt. We have hot polluted oxygen that we could also use for clay, though how we will fill it with sand the whole time, I don't know. Well, yeah, we can't automate those though. We'd have to see. We might use, what I was thinking is that we could maybe use the minor volcanoes to do some of the sieve jobs that normally require sand with heat instead. Which way are you going, Joni Benoni? You're going this way. Let's give you... No, I think we are going to want a mechatronics engineer reasonably soon. So let's give you improved carry 2 and carry you up there. And then you can have improved construction for free. Yes, so I was thinking that maybe we might use some of the minor volcanoes to use that heat, or possibly geothermal from the core, to use that heat to transform like polluted water into dirt and clean water, or salt water into salt and clean water, because that's a process we can automate, unlike using the sieves. Give me 1 second. And as I say, the thing we want to achieve is to leave the asteroids without requiring dupe interaction. Hello, Danish. Welcome in today. I hope you are having a good day. Which experience is this, Danish? Right, so now we do know about the salinators. So we can build stuff that requires a duplicate interaction, even machines that require duplicate interaction and all of that. The Rising Storm 2 Napalm experience. I cannot speak to it. I have no idea, Danish. It's only when we leave that we have to have converted everything to be ongoing. Hello, bot. Goodbye, bot. So yes, we may also do some ranching, because plastic's going to be a problem. Oil wells... There's a game called Rising Storm 2, Vietnam. Fair enough. I mean, I say fair enough. It doesn't sound great so far. You can play as communists or everyone else. I mean... Okay. And the American commander has the ability to call in napalm strikes. Nice. Not in any way a hideous war crime that, you know, tarnished America's reputation for decades. So you set up some really good defensive lines. And the Americans napalmed. Nice. Oh. Apparently we can have yet more Pacu, should we want them. Now here's a digger. Digging, building, researching, mole hands. Is there a way to make sand without duplicant interaction? I mean, you could feed poke shells. I mean, there are some ways to make sand without duplicant interaction, but not very good ones, I'd say, Chthonic one. Poke shells are kind of your only real bet there, as far as I know, without dupe interaction. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the game, Danish. I mean, I have some reservations about all of those sorts of more recent war games, but maybe that's because, you know, it feels much more recent to me than it would to you for obvious reasons. Tree, lumber, ethanol, polluted dirt, poke shell. Yeah, dot. That's sort of... Feeding poke shells requires poke shells. That is certainly true. But sand was one of the major reasons I was attempting to think of ways to refine my water elsewhere. Do we want Bert or the Pacu? Nyctophobic wasn't in any way as much of a problem as I thought it might be. Also, we're going to have a really small colony, so providing light isn't necessarily a huge problem. I mean, Bert isn't a mechatronics engineer as well, but, you know, they are a scientist as well. I think I quite like Bert. Have we got any strong anti-Bert feelings I should know about before I select Bert? You can cook dirt into sand. I mean, yes. You could. I mean, dirt's not very easy to produce either, I would say. Right, nobody has strong anti-Bert feelings, so I'm taking Bert. Hello, Bert. Now, let's do you some skills. You're going to be a digger. So we're just going to give you a... Should we give you advanced research to start with? I mean, at least that feels like it, for a first-person shooter, actually captures some of the experience of warfare a bit more than Call of Duty. You know, being scared shitless that you might be deep behind enemy lines and being exhausted about it. Making dirt without pips is Pacus, or without dupes is Pacus or pips. Well, I think we're going to go with Pacu, because after the little infinite Pacu thing we did last time, let's just get you to skill up as fast as we can. We'll give you a research hat for now. We are going to make you a digger though. Hang on. Oh man. Yeah, I think we're going to do some Pacu, because, as I say, we did infinite Pacu in the last one. Not that we got very far with the infiniteness of them, but with Pacu it's not much. We don't have pips on this world, so I think Pacu are a good food and other things source. Also, as a food source, eggshells, Ooh, making lime is going to be really hard. That's a really interesting thing. We're going to have to bring our lime refinement with us everywhere. Because there's only this rubbish thing. But eggshells and polluted dirt and food, pacu fillets are quite good. So yes, that is a thought I am having. As I say, this is not a super well planned out playthrough. This is me being like, what if we did this? And seeing how that goes. Isn't the DLC better for lime? I think there are places we can mine lime in its pure form and things like that, KJ. But I don't know about that because I haven't reached those bits yet. Schedule, that's what I was looking for. Let's put Bert on a schedule. And then we need to think about where Bert's bed is. This will need to be Bert's bed. And we're going to need a light here for Bert. Light. What is the goal on this playthrough? Dot, I hope to colonize each asteroid one by one by means of... Hang on, we've got some goals. Essentially, think imperialist nomadic. Strip mine each asteroid in turn and then launch everything from that asteroid, including all of the duplicates, onto the next asteroid. I have not yet decided how we're going to handle asteroids 1 and 2, considering the teleporters. But essentially I want to only... as opposed to the last one, where we tried to do multiple bases on all the things, which I still think is an interesting idea. This time, we're going to go for only one base ever. And everybody moves together. So, we do what we can with one world, we go to the next one. We do what we can with that world, we go to the next one. And so, like grasshoppers, absolutely. Yes, or, locusts, I suppose. Yes, maybe like locusts. Yes, army ant strategy. Collect, strip everything and move on. Absolutely. That's sort of the idea. I have no idea how it would work. As I said, I sort of came up with it in the middle of the night while I was thinking of what we could do next, and I thought this would be fun to try. Moving stuff will absolutely be incredibly problematic. It sounds like Britain beginning to colonise. There is certainly a sense of that. Danish. There is definitely a sense of that. So yes, it is going to be difficult, but it might be fun. It's at least a different... I like automation. I like strip mining. What? Who is suffocating? Well, just get out. Like, if you're... Why can't you get out? Oh, I see. Come here. This 9. The body cult and cultures decide will be slightly less. Hopefully so, yes. Come on, Bert. Somebody coming to do this. I assume somebody is coming from miles away. Errands. Nicola, where are you? Not nearby, so that's no bloody good. Cancel. Let's try to... Bert. Bert. None of this nonsense. There you go. You must have sedimentary rock here. Yes, you do. Of course you do. Right, we're going to do this one on a 1. And then this one next to it on a 9. And somebody should get on with one of those. But where are you going? Oh, good grief. Whatever it is you think you're doing, stop doing it. And this. Back up there. Build the thing. No, no, no gasping for breath. Building. Right, now running. Running. Oh, my Bert's a bit new. Running's hard. Okay. I don't know. I mean, some of them are obviously by design. I assume this is Bert again. Some of the suicidal tendencies are obviously by design. But, it's unclear to me how difficult it would be to fix that. I suppose there's quite a bit of AI involved in understanding what is, you know, life-saving in any given position. Sweep all to one spot, then move them with rockets to the next planetoid. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Dot. I'm thinking that where we do, like, universal storage, because we actually managed to sweep up the entire asteroid on our last playthrough. So I was thinking we could try and do that and just sweep it all into some auto dispensers in a rocket and just take it with it. I mean, the yes, they're trapping themselves by... I think they're trapping themselves by deconstructing the wrong ladders should be fixable. Like, you should be able to add an instruction that perhaps tells them that they can't ever deliberately take an action which will prevent their path to their bed or something. That might work. Are we fixing any of these? It doesn't appear so, does it? Should we put the priority up on this a little bit? What sort of job is this? Operating or supplying. We do have some operators. The game already knows when they're trapped. Absolutely. So it definitely seems like, you know, stopping them deconstructing or digging themselves into trouble should be possible. They also, they do also build themselves into trouble, and that one might be more difficult. Yeah, we still don't need the critter ranching, so let's give you some carry instead. But, I mean, I don't know anything about, you know, programming or anything like that, so I can't be taken as any sort of authority on how that would work. Sealing robot. Which one's the sealing robot? This is one of the teleporters, isn't it? With the sealing robot. Rather than the supply ports. Is all really necessary to bring with the dupes? It will take a while to store all in the rockets. Could not just have an orbital launcher which could send things as needed be okay? Maybe, KJ. Maybe. As I say, haven't really entirely thought it through yet. But, we're gonna try and see how we feel about it. As a different playstyle. Back to your comfort zone, is it, Danish? Because yes, that was what I was looking for, was just, you know, something to force a bit of a different play style all the time. I mean, we could have a big storage with enough sweepers and loaders to work out everything that we want. I mean, I really like designing those, so maybe we'll do that. Just because I actually really enjoy making massive storerooms. Yeah, I like this. Fair enough, Danish. So we might do that. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm pretty sure we were supposed to be deconstructing these at some point. We got distracted by Bert getting themselves trapped. But I want this to be one continuous pool, thank you. Bit of a god complex there, Danish. Like to be doing the orders, not doing the work. I mean, I can't really talk. As you see, maybe a small god complex. Here's a Pratchett book I don't know if I've read. I don't know if I've actually read Small Gods. Oh, this is not a good time for the power to go off. Why is this power off? We're definitely having some trouble with people getting around to doing any things. I wonder if it's the atmosphere down here that's causing them a problem. Because we could fix that for them. We could. Let's build some what's-its, and we'll make a little carbon skimming loop down here for them. And that'll stop quite so the carbon dioxide build-up here. And maybe they'll fill up the things a bit more regularly. This can go back to a 5 now. Alright. We should probably do toilets if we're going to do a carbon skimming loop as well. Though I haven't really got the water centralised in any sensible fashion. Well, any fashion at all, in fact. Let's put a water pump down here. Thank you. What have you found in there? Oh, doesn't look like there's anything that you need in there. Paku. Lovely. We're running through the research. Not that that's unusual. But Neo is not up to the standard of our usual researchers because we did the multi-skill start rather than the massively high numbers start. Oh, there's a hatch up there. Let's wrangle it and bring it to our other hatches. Can we see any other hatches that might have found their way into the world? Doesn't look like. Right, the reason we're putting the hatches here is because, as you can see, we swept this one. So, This is our method for not allowing the hatches to eat everything. It's just we swept this and then we're just dumping our hatches here. Why can't they get there? Ah, I see. There you go. Oh good, they're actually repairing some of the oxygen masks. That's handy. I mean, the duplicants should get pretty good, because there's not very many of them, so they're going to have to do a lot of work, essentially. So hopefully they'll skill up fairly successfully. But I guess that's not entirely clear yet. Excellent. Right. Pipes. Let's build a couple of lavatories back here. And some pipes. All right. What am I looking for? Carbon skimmer, that's what I'm looking for. Carbon skimmer. Might have a bin or two. And a... no, not ventilation. Refinement. Where are we? Refinement. Water sieve. Kaylee, 5 months. Thank you so much. Welcome in today. I hope you are well. It's lovely to see you. And thank you so much for 5 months of prime generosity. What have we got? We've got some bristleberries. We have got... not a lot else, to be honest. We are still alive, almost Emily. Welcome to you as well. I hope you're both having lovely days. We'll just take some bristleberries. Big numbers don't count for anything in this. Lots of numbers, that's what we want. You've been out of town visiting friends. How did the Don't Starve go? Don't Starve is currently at a 25-day record. We have yet to defeat winter. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I will defeat winter. Don't Starve is back tomorrow. We're now doing some alternating Don't Starve and ONI. This is our new ONI playing through, and tomorrow we'll be back with Don't Starve, where we found a lovely wooden base in a savannah that apparently wasn't a trap, despite the fact that chat was completely sure it would be a trap. It has not yet proven to be a trap. I mean, that of course doesn't mean that it might not be a trap. Yes, hopefully we're going to be nomads. Well, colonial nomads. It's not some nice living with nature malarkey. It's strip mining and taking everything with us. Let's be clear. Are there any unclaimed dupes? There are. In terms of unclaimed dupes, we have Bert here, who is our new digging builder with some researching on the side. We have Nicola, who is our artist cooking operator. Colonial nomads is a funny concept. The good sort of nomads, yes, absolutely. Yes, so we have Bert and we have Nicola. So cooking, art, and operating or digging and building with some science. Nicola for Kaylee. Let's sort that out. Nicola. Call me Kaylee. Have I put a space in there? Oh, I bloody have. Come here, you. There. Welcome in, Kaylee. Yes, all our dupes are multi-skilling, because if I'm going to pack them all into rockets, I can't have that many of them. So we hope to probably only have about 8. So everybody's going to have to learn to do many things, and probably we're going to have to build massage tables. Is pretty much about my only way to think to deal with the stress when we get to new planets currently. I mean, if we dump loads and loads of stuff in our rockets with us, then we should be able to build up a decent new base fairly soon. I'm also thinking that if we do infinite Pacu here, we should be able to fire a great deal of Pacu from here. Fidelia? Fidelia, of course you can have Bert. And then back to lurking. Enjoy your lurk, Fidelia. Let's find Bert for you. Bert is a nyctophobic, but otherwise very good with digging, building, and mole hands. Fidelia. I do know that you like some massage tables, Kaylee. We might well need some. Hello, Kasukin. Welcome in today. I hope you are very well. Danish, you can have the next one. You can have the next one, Danish. Next one out the gate can be Danish. Let me approve some of my things. Kaylee's and Fidelia's. And then we'll hold Danish's. So I remember that Danish gets the next one out the gate. There we go. Hope you're having a good day, Kasukin. How are we doing down here? Have we built this yet? No. That's because everyone's refusing to fix the oxygen masks. I might have to get used to this whole less dupes malarkey. As you know, I like to queue a million things up, and then the dupes don't necessarily get round to doing it all, and I am sad. Right, we might need to deconstruct these. Deconstruct just the buildings, that's correct. If possible, a building builder or a plumber. We will see, Kasukin. I am only going to be taking, it's worth noting, that I'm only taking 2 more dupes. So they are currently going to be named Danish and Kasukin. And then we're going to be done with dupes for this playthrough. Most likely. I would quite like to get someone who does some plumbing. But I don't know what we'll be able to get. So you might be a bit stuck with what you can get. If that is okay, cool. If not, just let me know and I can always refund you. If you would rather wait to see the dupe until you decide if you want to give your points for said dupe. Now, you might have to go away as well for a minute. Let's do some more research. What might we want to do? We probably will want some natural gas generators since we have some handy natural gas. Let's learn about material science since we'll need it fairly soon. Excellent. So back here behind these doors we can put the Joni, they don't have an outflow pipe yet. Honestly. What was I thinking? I have no idea what I was thinking is the short answer to that. Absolutely not a clue. Let's put you there. We're going to have another bin here. I mean, we don't need... I mean... What's the rules on bathrooms? Can I just put this stuff in the bathroom? Maybe we could give them showers. We could give them showers while we're here. I might just give them some showers. Just to be sort of nice to them. Because, like, we're never going to need more than, like, 2 bathrooms. So maybe I'll move the bathrooms down here. And we'll put some showers in at the back. They don't need 4 showers, though, do they? So they could have 2 showers. And we could put this in here. If, which is the thing I was looking for, what can be in a washroom? No industrial machinery. Is the water sieve an industrial machine? I bet it is, isn't it? It's in refinement. It's bound to be an industrial machine. What do you think, chat? Let's cancel these for a minute. Do some other stuff for now. Is the water sieve an industrial machine? Somewhere there's a... I've seen a thing on the internet somewhere. Industrial machines. ONI. Industrial machinery. ONI. Okay. Refinement. Not industrial machinery. The water sieve is not industrial machinery, apparently. Yes, it is. Could be any, but I like some combinations for extra status. Plumber and any some delivery increased max carry weight. Well, you're definitely going to have increased max carry. Yes, yes, it is. There is a mod for it. I'm looking at the wiki and it says it isn't. Let me link you to the wiki page I am looking for. Oh, no. No, I'm lying. I'm looking in the wrong bit. Well... What do you mean the metal refinery isn't an industrial machine? I mean, what? So I could have a metal refinery in my bathroom, but I can't have a water sieve in my bathroom. How does that make any sense? It would be cool to go to a bathroom with a machine that turns your pee into water. I mean, clean water. Hello, Tom. We're doing okay today. I hope you're also doing well today. Right, stop. Stop. Stop immediately. Thank you. Have you overfilled that? Where else would you have your refinery? Well, apparently you can put it in the bathroom and nobody cares. Industrial machinery seal. Ah, amazing. The plan, right? Goals. I did stuff on Nightbot to make Nightbot actually helpful. Since apparently the wannabe famous bots have now learnt to outsmart Nightbot. Not that outsmarting Nightbot is especially complicated. Nightbot helpful, you shall see, indeed. As I say, outsmarting Nightbot, not necessarily super complicated. No, that's not going to do what I want. Now I need a plumber. Let's see, because now I want to empty this without just deconstructing it and pouring water everywhere. I guess we'll have to deconstruct it and pour water everywhere in a minute. Yes, I don't necessarily believe that Nightbot will be very helpful, but, you know. As I say, it is getting outsmarted by the do you want to be famous bots, which suggests that it's not all that, quite frankly. Oh, no. Right, let's set up some... What's it here? Famous bots are the best. Well, now they've learnt that if they don't put a dot in it, Nightbot doesn't think it's a link. So they're all good. Which, you know, is a bit sad for Nightbot, really. Imagine getting outsmarted by the wannabe famous bots. We don't have any chlorine vents, do we? No. We have some bleach stone. I was looking at the Compendium of Amazing Designs and looking at the one for toilets where it's Karnath, isn't it? The Compendium of Amazing Designs, where they just have a little 2-room water reservoir chlorine room to pump their water through before it gets sieved, so that their sieved polluted dirt doesn't come out with food poisoning germs on it. And I really liked that, because it also addresses what I consider to be the cheaty bit of water sieve loops. All for the simple price of just having a little what's it? So yeah, I quite liked that. But we don't have particularly easy access to some chlorine right now. So, we can't have the water sieve in here. But I don't really want 4 showers. There's going to be 8 dupes. There's no way they need 4 showers. Or 4 toilets. So, sinks, toilets, a couple of showers. And then maybe we just... what's it? Maybe we just... Give me 1 second, I'm just going to pour this back into the water. Maybe we just make the room a little bit smaller. It doesn't have to be a full-size room if we aren't going to use it. Excellent. How are we getting on down here? Not too bad. There's still plenty of things that I'd like you to sweep away from these Pacu, so they don't eat them all. And we would also like... Right, we need some power down here. And a... Right, remember, you can use heavy watt wire. I have a constant problem where I'm like, oh, I need to make, what's it? Refined metal, so I can make conductive wire. But I don't. I can just use heavy watt wire. Not be an idiot. But apparently, no. Whatever. Let's make... We need some for the smart battery, though. So, printables. Let's have a look. As I say, I would like to spin up the dupes quite quickly if we can find good ones. I mean, you're not very good. You don't really do the things that we want you to do now. Hatchling eggs? I mean, we could take them. There's no reason not to. And we'll just wrangle them and put them with our other hatches when they hatch. What was I thinking about? Oh yes, I was saying why I want to get our dupes early. Because we're not going to have very many, we want to get them as early as we can so they can skill up as much as is possible, largely. We want the best dupes we can get. I don't need any of those yet. Probably want to do suits. Let's do some suits. Why not? Ah, I see you've formed a ball there, Paku. No ball for you. Go on. Go on your way. I love that trick. I can't remember who it was who came to chat to tell us that, but that is the best thing ever. And I am very happy about it. Sometimes very simple things make me happy. Actually, when they finish this, we could bridge a tiny bit of this water out of here so that this stops being blocked. That would be nice. Are any of these empty? They are. Sweep only. Hatchling eggs. Right, let's do some sweeping of some hatchling eggs then. Sweep. Critter egg. Hatchling egg. This one. And these ones. Then we can save ourselves the trouble and just put them in there. Which will be nice. I suppose we should consider making the duplicates a nicer base, but I don't really care about it, to be honest. We will see. Yep, last one. Excellent. There we go. How are we getting on with this pipe? Have they finished it? No. Why would they finish a pipe? I mean, honestly. Can I just extend this out now? Ah, I can. Right. That'll probably do. Let's see. Are you going to fill up again? No. Excellent. That's all we wanted to achieve. So, we are going to want to... How is the food poisoning doing in here? It's still pretty food poisoning. It's also still a very slime lungy in here, despite the fact that we've done quite a good job on the oxygen. Oh well. So, you're nearly used up, so let's deconstruct you. And we're going to replace one of these here. I mean, with only 6 duplicants, and them all on separate schedules, they should be fine. We should also be able to move their schedules a bit further apart, probably, when we are done with them. This one's more full, so we'll deconstruct that one. And we will put a proper sink in. Thank you. Right. Could you bring your polluted water this way, please? We might need a bridge or something to put it in. Well, to make it flow this way. But I want to empty them. I also want to disable them so the dupes don't get in them. We'll get there. We'll get there. Bit of faff, but we will get there with this. Right, I don't want this all knocking about now. Thank you. I don't think we need any of that to exist. Lovely. Right then, let's get on this whole building a refinement thingy. Metal refinery. Seems great. Might have to move it. Takes 1200 watts. And we need to power a thing. Pump. 1, 2. Every time. Every bloody time. Without fail. Right. Let's move it over a bit then. Oh, what if I built that out of sandstone? Let's maybe be slightly less cavalier than that. And build it out of at least... Oh, we've got mafic. No, that's thermally reactive. Let's build it out of igneous. Where's the igneous? There it is. Oh no, we don't need it there. Cancel. Cancel. Yes. This is so annoying. I know it's such a stupid bug to be endlessly annoyed by, but the fact that the copy button doesn't work properly currently is one of my biggest bugbears with the DLC in its current state. Fix the copy button, Clay. There's no excuse for it being this rubbish. Either make the little thing disappear, or make the button actually work. Your choice. Because I'm a kind person, I will allow either as the appropriate choice. Right, we also need some automation with this so we can hook these up. Heavy wire. Let's just run it from here down to there first. What am I looking for? That's it. Plumbing. That's what I'm looking for. Let's do some insulated pipes just to be on the safe side. And we'll put the output over here. Lovely. Okay. Now we're getting on in our toilet fixing. Right, we've run all of that out of there. They haven't actually turned these off yet, because of course they haven't. Duplicant skills. Who's got some skills? Kaylee's got some skills. Yes, let's make Kaylee a decorator. I think the creator of More Colourful Shine Bugs has been doing some graphical work here on the Shine Bugs. Master artist, indeed, have a red hat. Who knows, at some point I might even let you build something. Nomadic, hello Paradoxical. Welcome in, and let me introduce you to goals. We're going with the definition of sort of colonial nomadic. So that people get a sense of, you know, that this isn't, you know, nice tree-hugging nomadic. This is evil strip mining nomadic. I hope you are well. Welcome in. It's good to see you. But we are in very early stages still, as you can see. Setting up a first little bit of refinement, setting up toilets, all of that sort of jazz. Neo has a skill point. I think we'll give Neo the free farming skill point for now, since it's free. Not that we've got a little bit of farming. Have I got Neo actually doing any farming? I do. Excellent. I started a new game today only to discover I've forgotten everything I learned about this game. It definitely, I also find that if you don't play it for a little while, it does take a while to get back into. You sort of need to have a little think about what it is you're doing. But also I found that changing to the DLC was quite a big jump in terms of like stuff that was going on. Actually, let's do these. But it might be more or less time to just start catching up on the rest of the stuff that we haven't done yet. Before we move to material science. I would have thought they'd actually... Oh, I suppose they don't use them if they're marked as turn them off, do they? You don't always actually have to disable stuff for people to believe it's disabled. So we have quite a little horde of wild hatches that I am very deliberately starving of any resources. You better clean that, Neo. Right, I'd like to move this door. So that door is going to be there. Let's work this out. That door is going to be there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So essentially the sieve is going to be here. Which means that something we can do is start setting up the hydroponic tiles in which we are going to grow reed fibre. 8 should be massively more than we need, quite frankly. deconstruct that. Because then we can actually just begin by running stuff into this. Oh, we do want to... I'll tell you what we can do. Is if we do that... Oh, there's someone literally in there. That's not great. Let's get that polluted water out of there. Oh, that isn't going to leave us. Hang on. Let's cancel. Sorry. This one. No, no, don't build that. Because that doesn't leave us space for a bin. And I would like a bin. So that we can put sand in the thing. Oh, help. Pressing random buttons. Not super unusual. Thimble reads. And as you can see, the Pacu have been eating. Damn them. And they should eat a bit of polluted water. Right, hang on. No more clean water flowing into these, thank you. Lovely, that should do for now. So we should be able to deconstruct these. Put the rest of the proper kitchen in. Have you built this yet? No, you're distracted with bathrooms. That's fine. Duplicants. There are, after all, only 6 of you. There we go. You put those in. No, we should actually connect that so we can use up that water. Excellent. Copy this. Printables. Have we got anything we want? More bristleberry. Supplying rocketry building. I just don't think that rocketry is really worthwhile. I don't like a builder who isn't either an operator or a digger. So I think bristleberries it is. Thank you. Who has got a skill point? Fidelia has a skill point. What did we hire you to be? We hired you to be a digger. Let's give you the hard digging hat. Now, yes, we should know about bristleberries now. So bristleberries can go in there when we have them. In our fridge of things to eat. I love the way that nobody ever does toggling. Oh yes, we haven't extended this pipe onto here. You that way. Oh, that's what we can do in here for a bit. Once we get them to actually use and empty these toilets, we should be alright. What's going on here? Oh, this one isn't connected. Oh, it's not going to work very well. Right then, how are you lot doing? Building some stuff, excellent. Once you build a bit more stuff up, we'll build all the things. Oh, Pacu have had Pacu. Oh, we know about cooked fish now. Lovely. Cooked fish go in here as well. Excellent. really doesn't use that much water, does it? I don't know what metals we really want to refine. I want this set up, but after that, I don't really know what metals I'm going to want to refine. I mean, I'm going to want to make suits and things, I guess, but it's not super important. Certainly the Atmo suits will do for a little while. We're going to come up here and come through this and pour it all down into here. We might flood our things, but we'll just have to move them up if we do. Such is life. How are we all doing? Okay. Well, I think for one thing, let's cut that off there for a minute. We might want you back in a bit, but not yet. Excellent. Dupes are on this. We'll need to make some refined carbon. We don't have any iron yet, do we? Let's have a look. No, we don't have any iron. So we need to dig in some of these for some iron ore. Or we can't make any steel anyway. But yes, definitely up this way is the way we will come. Once this little thing is sorted out and we've got our toilets in. Those are our immediate jobs. Excellent. How many duplicants can I actually feed? Well, I mean, I seem to be feeding people fine. So I suppose I won't worry about it too much. Chat can yell at me if the food starts going down significantly. I mean, we'd probably do more building over there if anyone would ever move these oxygen masks over here. We definitely need a running about dupe. Okay. Who are our dupes? 2 diggers. An engineer. Maybe a ranching running around dupe and a... well, then that doesn't give us a lot of opportunities for plumbing. Maybe a plumbing engineer? I would like a plumber, certainly. It is always useful to have somebody who has plumbing. We'll see what we get offered. But I'd definitely like another engineer. And I'd probably definitely like a running about dupe. Probably, definitely. Good grief. Why have I built this bin? Oh, I built it for, shine nymph eggs. So I could make sure they were all here growing my bristle blossoms for me. And also mutating my mealwood seeds, apparently. Which is quite exciting. It's definitely the first mutated seed I've had, I believe. Let's put these up a little bit. Because I'd really like them to at least put the masks in so that people could build over here. That would be really helpful. Thanks. Thanks, dupes. I don't know if that's a possibility there. I see this is refusing to fill from the other side now. What if I do this? No? What if I do this? No. Just determined not to fill from the other side. I mean, I have some questions, quite frankly. What is your problem, Danish? What's up with this stream and Hoi 4? I assume this is some sort of weird interaction between the two. You actually can rotate the lava trace. Huh. The instant gratification of doing both at the same time means that I won't read your damn book. Fair enough. Is it a book you wish to read, or is it a school book? Right, I give up. I'm just deconstructing these. I've tried really hard to not have any polluted water or water in them, but it's just not working, so they're just getting deconstructed now. It's a great book that I wish I was reading right now. You absolutely can. Certainly Hoi 4 and possibly the stream will still be here when you get back. Right, let's deconstruct these. I suppose we should oh yeah, you see, nothing wants to run in a sensible direction currently. Because of course it doesn't. That would be too complicated. Right, let's move these doors. Doors are going to go here. We are going to put in... Are you watching this, chat? This is something I very rarely do. But we are going to put in some showers. Showers for the duplicants. Now we built those doors, we can deconstruct these doors. Also, don't stand in this door. That's why. Yeah, occasionally the dupes can have showers. Mostly just because I wanted something to put in this room, to be honest. There isn't really a good reason for it. Sometimes I just want something to fill a space. And that something is showers. Now. Refinement. Water sieve. Are they made of gold again? They're not made of gold on this occasion, no. I've learnt my lesson. No more gold showers. Right. So, I want you to go in there. I want to deconstruct these. And then you can come down here. In fact, we'll build a floor and you can come all the way down here. Well done, Danish. Enjoy reading your book. I suspect we might well still be here when you return. Hope you have a lovely time with your book. Right, we're going to have a thing there. tile. That's the thing. Gonna have a bin here for sand. Oh, apparently we've deconstructed all of these tiles as well, which I might need to additionally build. So that's gonna go that way. This tile needs this thing needs deconstructing. What are we going to do with the outflow? The outflow needs to come back this way. Like that, I would say. Will we need any more liquid? We probably don't need any more liquid in it, to be honest. Since the water sieve produces more water than it uses. Or to be fair, the duplicates do that. We were talking the other day about potentially adding hydration as well as food to the dupes' needs. And what that would look like. Certainly could be interesting, I think. Do you want to get on with this, duplicants? Not overly, I see, is the answer to that question. Joni Benoni's doing quite a bit of work here. I mean, to be fair, emptying that bit of the pipe probably isn't the most important thing that anyone could be doing, but sure. Oh, what have we built that liquid bridge out of? Because it's almost certainly something I don't want it to be built out of. No, that's the sieve. Bridge. What are you built out of? Bridge. Sandstone. Yeah, no. Let's not do that, eh? Why? Why do you constantly insist on flowing this way every time I move a bridge? I mean, that's not ideal. Now we definitely need some more water in here. Let me sever this. And thank you very much for the follow, Jay Queasy. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Someone going to build this for us? Yes, no, indifference. We need to get these duplicates running on a wheel, I reckon. They're certainly taking too long to get anywhere. Let's copy this setting to here. Water sieve is ready. Excellent. Let's put this up to a 6. I don't have a proper mechatronics engineer yet, do I? Once we do, we will install a sweeper to help deal with this. Excellent. Right. So now we should actually be able to deconstruct all of this. That's no longer needed. Printables. Let's have a look. What have we got? Supplying, building and decorating. Quick learner, interior decorator, green thumb, critter aversion. I mean, I already have a decorator. I don't think nails is that useful. Suit wearing, rocketry operating. I don't think so. I think we'll just have some more curative tablets. Right then, so this is coming along. Be nice to build that battery. Thank you for the follow, Insectoid Floyd. I hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome in. Right. So now there is a thing I would like to do. And that thing is... make a little polluted water pit where we can put all this stray polluted water that we've got lying around and just feed it into this system. Frankly. So that it stops sitting here off-gassing. And, you know, can also feed our thimbleweeds. So all in all, useful. That noise still catches me out. I am not used to that being a noise that ONI makes. One day I will get used to it, but apparently not yet. It still makes me go, what is that? Every time it happens. How are we getting on with this polluted water? Excellent, we're filling these things back up. That's what we want to see. So, we want a thing there. Deconstruct that. We want a bottle emptier just here. And we are gonna just feed this in there for now. This is obviously a little temporary setup just to get rid of polluted water that we've had knocking about the place. This game is fun to watch, but I am terrible at actually playing it. I mean, that is my experience with pretty much all the games that I play, Insectoid Floyd. So I have plenty of sympathy with that feeling. I think playing it is practice and also starting with bits you understand, I find. I sort of grew from like the little bits that I understood into, you know, more and more and more. That was definitely the way I did it. And having a strong ability to not get too frustrated. Because certainly death occurs on a fairly regular basis. I started having fun with it when I allowed myself with being okay with failure. Jay Queasy, I think that is absolutely true. It was certainly a difficult lesson for me as well. Was the ability to be like, oh no, it's alright. Stuff is fine. That took me quite a long time, I will admit. Right. But yeah, that certainly allowed me to then be like, alright, so here's what I understand, and I've got to this bit and I've died, and I've got to this bit and I've died again, so let's have another look at, can I work out what, you know, YouTube and the internet is telling me about these systems, so that I can actually do them in my own game. And eventually I got there, but certainly it took a little while. Also, don't listen to the haters, just copy stuff if you want, and you can learn how it works later. That was definitely something useful I realised, is that, you know, actually building the stuff, even if I don't entirely understand what's going on with that, then allowed me to learn how to modify the stuff. My first 3 bases crashed and burned, either from lack of food, energy, or oxygen, or a combination of all of them. Yeah. That sounds about right, Fidelia. Save for me with redstone in Minecraft. Oh, I think that's probably a good tip. Because certainly, I sort of feel the way that Insectoid Floyd feels about Minecraft. Which is that, you know, I quite like to watch some people play Minecraft, but it just looks so incredibly complicated, and they build all this stuff, and I'm just like, what the... It seems a bit much. But yes, I could probably take my own advice and just build some things and copy some things in Minecraft and get used to it that way. I'd watch loads and loads of ONI before I started playing it. I was fairly convinced it would be a game I wouldn't enjoy because of the sort of maths and systems elements of it. But when I actually started playing, I found that was less of a deal. Which I think I would say is another reason why I don't necessarily worry about copying things. Because the people who, you know, always complain about copying things are the people who enjoy doing all the maths for their sour gas boilers. Which, I mean, I don't. So it's easier for me to find builds that work and then learn by doing than to do the sort of the planning bits of it. But each to their own, absolutely. If you enjoy doing all the maths, that's great. Also, I'm thankful that people like to do all the maths, because otherwise no one would know how to build all the stuff and I wouldn't be able to, like, copy people's designs. So, you know, good on them for wanting to do it. It's just, like, that's not how I have my fun. Minecraft was the same. I always copy farms because I'm not an engineer and don't care to become one. This is very good in advice because I would like to get into Minecraft. I mean, my nephew, who is 10, will no doubt laugh at me since he has now grown out of Minecraft, obviously. But I would quite like to get into Minecraft. I mean, to be fair, I still don't understand the DTU and the power from watts to kilojoules. DTU I kind of understand. Power from watts to kilojoules. Definitely don't understand that bit, me. Also welcome in, me. It's good to see you. Copying is how I got through high school. I mean, copying is how I got through maths in high school, which is why I am no good at it now. Because, yes. I had a friend who was very good at it, and thus I never learned anything. I think I only passed my maths, we have exams at 16 and 18. I think I only passed the exams I had at 16, which was the last time I had to do maths. Because that year they set the paper so incredibly hard and graded on a curve, so I think just everybody was like so terrible that I got let off the hook a little bit with my terrible maths. Joni Bononi, let us continue becoming an engineer, because I'd like a sweeper here for sure. See, now we have less crap. Who is that sneezing? Why is anybody sneezing? Maybe it was a person in the real world. And maybe it was a Pacu? Could be. I've been distracted now. And I don't know what I was saying. So we're going to build a auto dispenser. Oh yes, we have less muck porting into the atmosphere, but we are going to drop the polluted dirt down here, I think. You're great at maths. I'm glad, Morgex. It's definitely one of those skills, I think, as much as anything else, that is taught in a way that you either are great at it or feel that you're really bad at it. I don't think that's probably actually true in the real world, but it certainly feels that way. I don't think many people feel average at maths. Or probably the people who feel average at maths are actually very good at maths. And therefore, you know, understand all the things that they don't understand about incredibly complex maths. If you see what I mean. Right, so we have some bathrooms and showers here for our duplicants. I haven't actually seen them showering. There is water in the showers though, they could shower. Usually you can't stop them showering once there's a shower, but alright. I know my multiple tables to 10, that is good. I used to know my multiplication tables from 1 to 12 all the way up to 12, and for 5, 8, 11, 17 and 35 to 20. And you get points if you can find a 2. After that I just asked Google. You get points if you can realise why I know such a weird combination of multiplication tables. Or once did, I probably can't do them anymore. How are we doing for carbon dioxide down here? There is still a fair bit of carbon dioxide down here, is there? Lovely. Hexadecimal? No. No. Not strictly a maths reason, I would say. More an in real life reason than a maths reason that I know that. Right, let's start expanding up. Let's go and dig out here, and they're not going to do that unless I dig this out for them. There you go. Let's go and have a little look along here. The reason is that I used to be a croupier, and specifically I used to deal roulette, and those are the payout points on a roulette table. For lines, corners, straight ups and splits, which is why I used to know those. But that was years ago. I enjoyed it though. It was a good, I mean, I had that job when I was quite young, but it was a good job to have quite young. Like, the pay was decent at the time. And I was always a night owl anyway, so the fact that it was nights was never a problem for me. And it was quite fun, you know. It was kind of a fun, cool thing to do. Right then, you lot can get up there. Good. They've at least connected these to the battery. It's the best job to work at a casino. I mean, it depends what you want from it. I liked roulette because roulette was a bit more varied than cards. The prestige job at our casino, well, the prestige dealer job was to deal dice, craps, because that has all sorts of weird odds like 9 to 7 and stuff like that. So you had to be quite experienced because you had to, you know, have memorized a whole bunch of stuff. So that was always the prestige job. But I never learned to do that. But I did deal cards a bit, poker and blackjack, and I didn't really enjoy those. They're quite dull to deal. And that's casino stud poker, not Texas Hold'em or anything like that. This is back before Texas Hold'em was quite such a let's give you some construction. Quite such a massive thing as it is now. People wouldn't necessarily expect to go into a casino and find poker tournaments in the way that, you know, most casinos have now. But my experience is the best way to... You want to work in busy casinos because there's nothing more boring than standing at a table not doing anything for hours. And you want to work on the nights when the people with money come in. Because there's nothing worse in the UK than Friday and Saturday night when you just get all the drunken, like, idiots who've gone for a night out and want to bet, you know, 50p and then get all agitated about it. You want to really work with the people who understand what they're about. You know, that gambling is a very expensive hobby, and if you wish to have it as your hobby, you better be able to afford it. So yeah, that was my experience. But no, I enjoyed it. You also didn't have to work too late when I did it. I mean, I'd say too late. We used to close the casino at 4. These days, as I understand... Let's give you some medicine, Amina. The licensing laws here have changed, and like casinos can operate largely 24 hours. So a lot of the shifts go on to like 6 in the morning and stuff. And even if you're a night person, once it starts to spin back round to dawn, I find those shifts much more difficult to manage than just a pure night shift. That might just be me. But, like, we didn't have to work too many hours. Like, it was just regular 8-hour shifts, like anywhere else, really. I hated the afternoon shift. We had schedules that meant that we opened at like 2 in the afternoon or something, and every week you'd have a schedule where you had to do an afternoon shift. And they were boring, because who goes to the casino in the afternoon? Nobody. It was dead. You'd just be stood there for like 8 hours, wondering why you bothered. Listening to the same compilation tape on replay for 8 hours. God. There are definitely songs if I never hear again it'll be too soon, because I heard them so many times on afternoon shifts in the casino. Right. Oh, I built this, didn't I? No, I was going to say I built this, but apparently the dupes never actually got round to building it. Never mind. We're getting there, duplicants. Doing very well. Gonna come up here, we're going to let this water down as well. We're probably going to flood all of this thing that we've just built. But never mind. We'll just move it up a bit when we flood it. We'd probably like to not to flood the sweetles. We need to find a place for sweetles. We can probably just put them here with the hatches. There might be too many critters in the room to start moving things, though. We can make temporary doors. We can put like little temporary doors down, drop everything off, and then delete the doors. So we can move the sweetles. Because we don't really want to have them all die. Until we decide what we're doing with stuff, we want to preserve as much as possible. How is this going? It looks like we could do with, just before we flood everything. Oops. Just adding some extra, what's-its here. What are these things? Deodorizers. They're the things. So that we can just clear the little bit of polluted oxygen that's still down here. And that should keep this pretty clean. And our plan is to sort of come up around here and look into here and then maybe have a bit of an explore in the cold biome. We can also, they also have quite a lot of wheezeworts in there, which will be handy for us to do the next tier of research, the material science research. We can make some what's-its? Rad bolts. Those are the what's-its, I mean. Right, I'd like to drop off polluted dirt and rot. They're quite a high priority, but they can get down there. Well, let's get them to do it for a minute, and then we might, oh no, they can jump up there. How annoying. We'll put it on sweep only then. And I'll have to find the polluted dirt and the rot. So, rot, polluted dirt. Let's sweep this. Oh, there you go, actual showering. I'm pleased to see actual showering. There you go. Let's try and sweep this away. And then if we see anything else off-gassing, we can try and sweep that as well. Now this is going to have germs in it, isn't it? Properties, germs. Yes, you do have loads of food poisoning on you. Do I care if I fill this with food poisoning germs? Not massively, to be fair. If I decide I care about the food poisoning germs, we will set up some chlorine rooms to clean stuff. How are things going in here? Not too bad. There's a fish up there. Definitely want to rescue that pacu. But I think over here should be our first goal. So we might come in this way. I see people are still breathing out in my gas room. Damn them. Unacceptable behaviour, duplicants. Stop breathing in the oxygen production room. Yeah, we still seem to be doing fine for food. What's entombed? Oh, okay. We'll sort that out. Once again, we're encountering the progress is a little bit slow when you only have a few duplicants thing. But you know, actually we're, you know, reasonably far along. The DTU is the same as the kilojoules per second. But DTU is a measure of heat. isn't it? And kilojoules is a measure of power. Maybe I am missing something. I mean, it's entirely possible I'm missing something. Lovely. Oh, but they're the same if you convert. Oh, okay. It's some sort of derivation. I saw you, Fidelia, standing in midair for a second there. Not necessarily a huge fan of that behaviour. Just so we're clear. I mean, to be fair, now they... Why... what bit of fill up these coal generators are you people not getting on with? To be fair, now the dupes can have showers, they'll stop complaining about being sopping wet, because they can shower in the evening. What we might do... And I don't really want to, but I think we probably should extend out their downtimes. Let's add the couple of extra schedules that we will need. Let's say you want to increase a water temperature an extra 1 degree. You expend some energy to produce heat. Yes. More info on ONI units. Thank you, Kaylee. Look at you, using your subscriber status to post links and not get immediately banned by Nightbot. What can I say? I like to flaunt it. So you should. So you should. Like, I don't have a lot of stuff to give my subscribers, but I can give you link posting and some emotes. Ah, lovely. Maybe we should come this way to get into those, possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, is there a reason you don't want to build this? Let's just down your list of things that you want to do. Fair enough. But yes, you see, they are enjoying having a shower. If you use a sieve, you may as well have a shower, because the showers use exactly the same amount of water as they output. So they are water neutral. So as long as you're not worried about using a sieve, they're fine. Also, if you didn't have them connected to the toilets and you had them on their own loop, they don't produce germs. Despite the fact that I think they do wash the germs off the duplicants, they don't actually put the germs in the water, as far as I'm aware. I mean, you've got time to come and disinfect this, but nobody has time to come and build these power wires. Good grief. Right. We don't have very much gold amalgam at all. Let's then... yeah, let's make a bunch of copper. Can the power wires be reached currently? Yes, they occasionally have a problem where they keep dropping sand down here, but in general they can. So we can have some grub fruit preserve. And now you see you were trying to taunt me with a digging machinist, but then it's undigging, which, you know, kind of ruins the taunt for you, game. So we're just going to take some grub fruit preserve, which we will immediately tell this fridge that it can store. Roast grub fruit nut can be stored in here as well. What I might want to do though is I might want to move this. Yes, in general they can build it. They do occasionally keep dropping sand down here though, which makes their getting down a bit more complicated. Right then. Have you got plenty to do, duplicants? You've got a reasonable amount to do, I think. I am going to make a safety save. And go and make some tea. Keep an eye on the duplicants for me. I will be back shortly. Right then. I have more tea. Did we die? We don't seem to have died. Everyone seems fine. Insufficient oxygen generation. That's because nobody's filling up the goddamn... What's it? We definitely need a supply dupe. Quite frankly. Let's speed up again. I want to get over here so I can look in this. Apparently I've decided I'm coming this way. Fair enough. They filled this with sand again. No, not at the minute. Amazing. Can you just, like, not disinfect this? Frankly, just don't do that anymore. We got some skills. Fidelia has some skills. Yeah, some more digging for you, thank you. Definitely could do with 2 super hard diggers. Yeah, we're definitely considering flooding our new refinement setup, but never mind. I'm not hugely bothered by this news. Who is stressed? Amelia, why are you stressed? Soggy feet, low oxygen, cold air, and sopping wet. I mean, there's not really low oxygen. Quite frankly. I suppose you are the, you are doing our farming, aren't you? Which probably means you're spending some time in here, which is quite carbon dioxide-y. Fair enough. There's a lot of pacu fillets down here that I would, ideally like someone to be putting in a fridge. Who knows if that'll ever happen. At least someone's filling up the oxygen production, so that's nice. Long commutes. Yeah, possibly. My answer to that is get faster. The showers have been a success then, as ever. Duplicants always love a shower. Let's have a quick look at people's morale. So our lowest morale here is 14. What is, why is yours 14 and yours is 25? Well, Joni hasn't had a shower. When did the showers become +3? Oh, some of them also had better meals. Didn't the shower only used to be +1? Though at least the fish don't cannibalize themselves, so better than hatches in that regard. I imagine we're not getting very much barbecue out of these because they're probably just eating each other every time they die. Upsetting lot that they are. So, do that. Radiation sensor. Is this new? Sends a green signal or a red signal when ambient radiation enters the chosen range. That seems quite cool. Use it to keep your dupes out of places. Well, these won't be cramped now, so that's good. Ah, look, it's the bottom of the space biome. Well, not the space biome, but the biome that is against space. What is this biome called? What are we calling that one? Barren? Is it barren? I don't think it is. I think barren is the one at the bottom, isn't it? Maybe this is barren as well. Thank you very much for the follow, Rudia Rose. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely time. Oh, posture check? Absolutely. I'm trying to will my duplicants to do things faster, but there are only 6 of them. So, we just have to live with the fact that they might not be the quickest. I'm not very good at that. But the number of rockets I'm going to need to build and power if we go much above 6, it will start to get much above 8, will start to get ridiculous. So that is my reason for not wanting too many duplicants. Because no, I'm not going to chuck them into a volcano to get the numbers down. As ever, no deaths allowed. Hopefully this time nobody will starve in the rockets. Which unfortunately ended our previous playthrough. Wasn't ideal. Couldn't you build a long rocket? My people cannot breathe. Gonna start over soon. Ah, this is a problem we have all experienced, Rudia Rose. Couldn't you build a long rocket? You can only have the one capsule on it though. Like command capsule. So there is kind of a limit of how many people you could put in it. I mean, I suppose you could put as many people as you liked in it. But it seems weird to have like loads and loads and loads of people in just one command capsule. But you probably could. Kaylee has a skill point. Let's start Kaylee in improved carry. We're going to do improved carry for Kaylee as Kaylee moves along the path to be a mechatronics engineer. We'll have to keep an eye on their morale needs. What is preventing your people breathing, Rudia Rose? Is it carbon dioxide, or you just can't generate enough oxygen, or some other problem? carbon dioxide. Have you tried a skimmer? You could skill scrub them for travel, and rooms might be less of an issue, absolutely. But then they won't be able to do anything when I get there. I think what I'm going to try and do is leave them skilled up and try and build up very quickly on the other side. If it's carbon dioxide, Rudia Rose, consider this little setup here. Carbon skimmers take clean water and put out polluted water. Water sieves take polluted water and to put out clean water. If you link them together, you can also link multiple carbon skimmers onto one water sieve. You can use only a tiny bit of water to have largely infinite, wow, it's not infinite, but you can have long-term carbon deletion for the cost of sand. And that might help you with your carbon dioxide issues. Doesn't the skill scrubber keep the skill numbers? So when you get there, you can just give everyone their skills back. Yes, I mean, I doubt they're going to freak out while we're in the rocket, to be honest. I suppose we could have loads. I just kind of don't feel that it's appropriate for the playthrough in some ways. I'm not a huge fan of just like... I quite like all of the things I build to be like properly functional. Like, it bothers me to just sort of chuck people into things and be like, ah, no, it'll be fine. Even though it will definitely be fine, if you see what I mean. We're definitely going to flood this, by the way. And I don't think they've actually made anything because they refuse to build these power wires for reasons I don't entirely understand. I mean, it's on their owns list. It's not that they can't read shit. They just don't want to do it. Just not bothered. More exciting things to do. So yes, some of it is definitely me being slightly ridiculous. And not a genuine problem. Yes. Gossman may have level 16 machinery, but they also cannot dig and are anemic, which is pretty terrible. Let's take some sandstone. We do not yet have any need of rust. There is nearly always an element of roleplayiness to pretty much any playthrough of anything I do, to be honest. So if I've decided we're nomadic and we're going to be a small population heading off, then I can be stubborn about whether that's actually a good idea. To be fair. But we'll see how things go. Neo has a skill point. Neo. We'd like you to learn about astronomy, to be honest. If we get to space, we're going to need to chuck you in the telescope for a bit. I mean, we will get to space because it's just up here. So that will be fine. We haven't seen any of the other vents or geysers though, have we? So we know there's this one here that we're gonna make our way over to. And we know we've got this cool steam vent here. But otherwise, we haven't seen any to go and investigate. You know, the teleporter input is this side. This, I think, is one of the transporters. So we'll see. More research completed. Now we know about sweepies. Though, as I say, I've not found the sweepie to be massively useful. I'm still thinking about what we're going to do with these fish when we empty this. I think we're probably going to chuck them down here. But then we might need to consider whether we're in fact just opening these two biomes together. And if we are doing that, are we building a box base? I mean, what's going on? We could have a little box base. I mean, it wouldn't be very complicated to build us a little box base. Put some carbon skimmers down here. We might think about that when the when this water is gone. And we've got this water pocket here that will be easy to tuck into. But yes, otherwise a little box space around here. I mean, we've got so few duplicants that we've got loads of room for it. Small slime biome. A pacu. No, 2 pacus and their eggs. So we'll want to rescue those at some point. And drop them into our broader pacu sort of malarkey. Is this full of food poisoning germs yet? No, it's not. I'm surprised. Chat. You were talking to me about germ transfer or something the other day. Is this a new thing where I can drop polluted dirt covered in germs into polluted water and it doesn't transfer? I didn't think it worked that way. Bear with me 1 second. Apologies, apparently I missed the mute button. Thank you, Emily. Germs never transferred from solid to liquid or from solid to gas. Or even from liquid to gas. Ah, thank you, Chthonic One. I did not know that. I believed that something different occurred. But it's certainly not the first time that I've believed some stuff that isn't actually correct about this game. Nor, I imagine, will it be the last. Right, let's have a little look at what this is. What you noticed was a solid with germs giving off gas with germs, or a liquid with germs giving off gas with germs via sublimation. I see. There you go, you see. You learn new things all the time. I'm pretty much sure I fully believed that I couldn't put my germy polluted dirt in water sources to stop it off-gassing. Because it would spread the germs to the water. So you two are about to get I actually thought the same for a long time. I mean, it sort of makes sense. I'm pretty sure that in real life, if you put something covered with germs in a liquid, ONI doesn't have to make sense. Yes, no, absolutely. Real life doesn't have to be what we do here in ONI. Run! Run! The water's coming from you. So yes, I think we might want to start thinking about a box base. Now, once I tried killing germs from the water using chlorine. It didn't work. Using chlorine gas or chlorine liquid or... I mean, there are ways to do it, but gas? Or did you just try and layer the gas on top of it so that it would kill the top layer and so on and so forth? Because that doesn't work. That's not the way it works. Right. So I think what we might start to think about is... I want to build it in places... Yep. Well, I mean, again, I completely understand why you would think that would work. What you can do, though, is run water with germs through a pipe, through chlorine gas. You can. I'm not sure the pipe in itself works. I think you need the reservoirs. Because I thought it was the transfer between the reservoirs that did the thing. Because the thing is that when it transfers between them, it applies the death of germs. That wasn't very well explained, but that was more or less my understanding of how it worked. It certainly does work, but I mean how it worked might be a whole other thing. Oh look, they finally built this. Just in time for this whole section to flood. Thanks, Jeeps. I ended up heating up the water until it killed the germs and then cooled it using warts. That is certainly another way you can do it. So I'm just kind of plotting out where I'm going to want the edges of my base to be. In places where the duplicant aren't... No liquids in reservoirs. Consider the atmosphere and the tile for germ-killing properties. It doesn't instantly kill germs to enter the reservoir. I believe the same is true for pipes. Fair enough. I have to say that I don't entirely understand the mechanisms, so would never swear to understand exactly how that works. Do we care about this? Probably not. I mean, maybe there, maybe here. My germ processing facility is based on that that principle. Fair enough. Yes, so I think kind of this is going to be the boundaries of a box base. I mean, this is a reasonably sized box base for 8 dupes. But who knows, maybe we can give them like lovely bedrooms or something and then abandon it. There might be something poetic about finally building my dupes' luxuriant living quarters, only to then force them to up sticks and leave to the next world. Or possibly I'm just a sadist. Who can say? Lovely, we have the payload opener. We better have the opener, but not necessarily the gun. Is that just because I've done the research in a weird way? Payload opener. Where's the launcher? What is the possible point of the opener being wherever I just saw it? Like down here somewhere. There. If the launcher is there. I mean, why? That just doesn't make any sense, does it? I think that's silly. Because, like, you literally can't use the opener on anything until you can build the launcher. So why would you not have them together? We may come and wrangle you shortly. Don't know how I feel about having this cold biome, like, directly up from the base. I think we might sort of, have a proper ladder system maybe this side somewhere. Possibly here or something, or the other, yeah, maybe there. Just because I don't necessarily want to drill straight through this cold biome. What are you up to, duplicants? We don't have much of this research left, do we? A little bit. Once we've done this research, we're probably going to have a little pause in researching, which won't be a bad thing, because then Neo can do some other stuff for us, which will be worthwhile. Since we are having trouble getting stuff done. What are you off to do? Why are you coming down here? How did you even pick that job up, considering the thing wasn't full? How did that job exist when Joni Benoni was still doing the filling the thing job? I have questions. Don't think that both of you should have been able to target this simultaneously. Right, more supplying, decorating, ranching. Doctoring, decorating, suit wearing. And a digger who is building impaired. So, well, Nails is out. Ada's out as well. How do we feel about Camille, though? We do need a supply dupe. Though Camille is not the best supply dupe in the world. This must be spaced out. This is spaced out, Insectoid Floyd. Absolutely. So I could do with a supplying dupe, but I do have a decorator. I could do with a rancher, but this doesn't fill the hopefully supplying and plumbing. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we'll take some blossom seeds. Taste buds is great. Shriveled taste buds is great. Almost Emily. Maybe we should have taken her. Who knows? Hello, Mayfronthia. Welcome in today. I hope you are well. There will be better ones. I would assume so, yes. I would hope so. I mean, if we get too much past cycle 100 without finding them, then we might start to just be like, right, we just need the numbers. But for now, I don't feel under massive pressure to take them. Where are you going? See, I don't think I necessarily want you to be targeting this job all the time. Definitely would like Joni Benoni to skill up. Hello, Pants. Welcome in today. I hope you are well. Having a good day. Definitely like Joni Benoni to skill up, so we can make, at the very least, a couple of sweepers to deal with some of these jobs here. So at least we can stop the dupes having to worry about some of the stuff. Excellent. Barbecue, even. You're trying to do the 100 dupes again. Are you trying to do it whilst taking one every cycle again? I'm going to build some doors here so that we can actually drop off the sweetles. And then we'll just move them down here to live with the hatches. Can you place a storage unit on a ladder? You cannot, Cody Mac. A ladder doesn't count as a tile, so if you attempted to put a storage of any sort there, you get the invalid building location pop-up. Take one dupe every time where one is available. Absolutely. That's definitely the hardest bit of the challenge. Like, just having loads of dupes is certainly manageable. Taking one every time is... ugh. That was definitely the difficult bit. Making sure that you had enough food and oxygen and that you were spinning everything up quickly enough to deal with that was not super straightforward. Did you change your scene or scaling of the game? The text looks blurry compared to before. I didn't, but I'll tell you, I think one of the mods that I used to have installed before Spaced Out broke all the mods changed the fonts a little bit. And I thought they actually made it a bit bigger and a bit clearer. So it might be that. But otherwise it should be exactly the same, because we just play it windowed, and the window is the same size as it always is, because I sized the window to be able to see chat. I don't know, I'll have a fiddle with it off stream as well to see if I can work out if there's anything we can do about that. But I don't believe anything should have changed massively. Wish I could remember which mod it was that definitely one of them changed the fonts a little bit. But I don't know why, because nothing in it said it would do that. But one of them definitely did, because I always noticed it. I'll have to do a little hunting, see if we can work it out. Thank you very much for the follow, Detective P Primo. Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Have a stretch. Certainly I will. Oh, thank you for that. I suppose we ought to harvest this mealwood that I didn't realise was growing up here all by itself. We are going to have to let these Paco out in a minute. What would happen if I brought 12 stretches in 2 minutes? I mean, probably I'd get bored of it and stop doing it. To be honest, Pants. I mean, I'm not absolutely wedded to doing stuff just because I've set them up. I'll just turn them off. A very long max. Possibly. Maybe I'd just leave the stream and go and do some yoga or something for a bit. Have a good day. By the way, how do you do doing stable the all oxygen? Breathability is very good. So one of the reasons that breathability is very good currently is that I only have 6 dupes. This is the Terra map, so we've got plenty of algae. I always overfill my gas diffusers in the sense that I build more of them than you strictly need. Strictly, they are 1 gas diffuser should do 5 dupes, but like if I get anywhere near, it would make for a long stream. It would. If I get anywhere near 5 dupes, I always build a second. We did have a third one for quite a while. We have carbon skimming up and running, which also helps with breathability. The other thing on the Terra map, which helps a lot with breathability, is Deodorizers. So if you think about it, this was all polluted oxygen, because this is a slime biome. But I have got a lot of Deodorizers here, which are making it quite nice and clean over this side. And eventually this stuff will also wind up in there. We'll do more broad deodorizing later on when we're a bit more established. Nobody ever built those? Definitely my dupes are having trouble getting around to stuff. Maybe if we can get Neo to finish the research, they'll have a little bit more time. Neo's only got a couple of bits of research left to do. So yes, that's ways in which I manage oxygen. I would like to get a self-powered oxygen maker with some electrolyzers, but as of yet, this is the only water source we've found. And although we could use this, we're not necessarily in a position to break in to 73-degree water just yet. Well, I see their buildings. Well, I suppose I want them to build this in the end. I think it's probably their travel times, because they insist on coming down here all the time. I mean, this is going to flood fairly soon, so then they'll stop doing it. In fact, it should already be flooded. All of this should already be flooded. Honestly, the flooding is so tetchy. The This is well over 250 kilos. So all of this should already be flooded. But yeah, flooding is very hit and miss in this game. Ah, I see. Are you helping with the research? I mean, that is okay, Fidelia. You won't get to do loads before this bit of research is over, and then we can't do any more until we can get in here and get the Weezeworts for radiation. We did try and use shine bugs for radiation in the last playthrough, and we discovered that the Radbolt generator has a tendency to shoot them and then they die. So it didn't really work as long-term Radbolt generation. Though we did give it a go. We could build a Radbolt generator here. Well, a Radbolt generator, but also a Shinebug reactor here. It's amazing. I can think of so many ways to make infinite dupe interaction-free power. Well, not infinite, but masses of dupe-free power. But then I'm like, yeah, but if we're going to abandon, what do we need all this power for? Because we definitely can't shoot the power across space. Which is a shame. That would be cool. If you could like beam the power across space or something. I would enjoy that. I mean, I'm not sure it would be very sensible, but I think it would be pretty fun. Yeah, these definitely should have flooded, but they have not yet. I mean, I could turn them off, but equally, you know, we'll want some copper. Refined metal is useful. I went to all the trouble of building it. I'd like to have some refined metal at the end. We do need to think about how we can fetch some iron, preferably without letting out too much of these manky gases everywhere. There isn't actually any particularly accessible iron. There's a little bit here, but on the whole, this map doesn't appear to be one for accessible iron. I'll have to have a look. Oh, they've built one of these doors. The excitement. I just want to start hoovering up the sweetles, but I assume... Where's the thing that tells me? Oh, 18. I could just put the sweetles down. Apparently. Apparently I have space for 2 sweetles. Should we make some lime? Oh, well, I mean, we could make lime. What's that pink sand thing? Ralphren, can you be more specific? This pink sand thing? Top right corner. Right. This is the Wasteland Biome. This, I don't know. We keep seeing this point of interest. But yes, it's just sand. It is a point of interest building that just is always full of sand. I've seen it before. But as you see, it's not super thrilling. Sand, how interesting. It's definitely DLC only, because it comes with the Wasteland Biome. But I have had it in a game before. I'm pretty sure, I think we had it in the last one. But yes, it's definitely not the world's most exciting point of interest building. Was expecting at the very least pink sand. No, nothing so exciting. Just regular sand. Researching, decorating, suit wearing. I mean, that's not very exciting either. And you're a slow learner. Let's have some sandstone. Sand is useful, more so than warm sweaters. I mean, that is true. That is definitely true. Though warm sweaters are more useful than cool vests. Cool vests literally have no use that I can think of at all. Warm sweaters can be useful indeed. Sand sweaters. I'm not sure that would be entirely practical, Ralph-Ren, but maybe. There we go. So we've captured our sweetles. So now we have... Okay, you have some very weird ideas about how many critters are here, but sure. Oh, it's probably because of the, hatches digging themselves into the ground, isn't it? Fair enough. But we can also now drop critters in here and then just demolish the door when it's full. If we wish to collect them up. How are you doing in here, fish? Oh, this doesn't have any water anymore. Fair enough. Right. In which case, we are gonna dig this out. I think most, if not all of us here has a warm sweater or two. I mean, only if you really count what I'm wearing. I don't really have any proper, like, winter warm sweaters. I just have hoodies. I am well known for my refusal to wear properly appropriate winter clothes. But I do get way too hot if I'm actually in winter clothes. Even in very cold places. I just generate so much heat. My body generates so much heat that if I wear anything insulating, I start to broil myself. We went to New York the last Christmas you could do something on. And I borrowed one of partner's many, like, you know, those duvet coats that are like filled with down and everything. But to be honest, I just get so incredibly hot in them that I have to take them off anyway. So they don't really work. It's a bit of a problem. Because it's not that I'm not cold if I'm exposed to the outside. It's just that I then broil if I wear appropriate clothing. So yes, it is a problem in my life. I worked in Kiruna a few years ago, almost northern top of Sweden. -30 was a typical winter day. Nothing wrong with a warm sweater in the right place. I mean, I completely agree, KJ. I'm certainly not against the concept of warm sweaters. As I say, I just need to find one that doesn't turn me into a sweaty mess at the same time. There we go. Now we've managed to flood the thing. Fish, go over there. All kind of clothes, cold clothing. I must have an easy way to remove it. I have the same problem. Yeah. Still, it's also a meme. Typical Xmas gift from relatives. Absolutely. What was I looking for? I don't know. Mealwood seeds. That's what I was looking for. Seeds. And algae. It's trying to stop the goddamn. Stop eating all our seeds. It is. I think my relatives know better, to be honest, but I'm usually quite happy with a lot of the meme gifts. I'm always very pleased when I receive socks. I consider it a moderate outrage if I have to buy my own socks. What is Christmas for, if not to have other people buy you socks? Who buys their own socks? Certainly not me. You buy your own socks, Chthonic One? Are you especially picky about what socks you like? My socks must have some kind of cute cartoon. It's a new rule. Fair enough. No, I just don't get clothing gifts for Christmas or birthdays, really. Partner really likes to buy me clothing. I don't give clothing gifts as a rule. I find it quite intimidating to buy clothes for people because, like, you know, sizing is complicated. I will occasionally buy clothing gifts for partner, but to be honest, I just usually grab partner and measure them. If there are going to be clothing gifts. If I didn't receive clothes as a gift, I would never have anything new in my wardrobe. I mean, that is kind of true for me as well. To be fair, pants. Partner often dresses me by means of buying me clothes. I mean, not physically. I can put my own clothes on, which is handy. Because, you know, partner leaves the house way before I get up. If I couldn't dress myself, I'd probably never be dressed. But I certainly don't tend to buy many clothes for myself. This is true for me too, unfortunately. This is why I have a lot of clothes with a bit of patchwork jobs on them. Fair enough. It's 1:20 PM and I'm still wearing what I went to bed with last night. After the pandemic, I really want to try and shop for some different clothes. I mean, I had to shop for some different clothes because I sat on my backside for the entire pandemic, and now my backside is considerably larger than it used to be. So I had to buy some new clothes in order to have any to wear. Working from home is great, but I'm on camera, so I have to actually get dressed every day for you lot. Which I actually think is quite good for me. Because I've been struggling with my mental health and things like that. Actually, the fact that I have to get dressed every day and, you know, be clean and presentable to do streaming, which I enjoy, like, I enjoy the streaming, like, that makes all of that a lot easier. Because then I'm doing it for something I enjoy rather than going to a crappy job I hate. So, yeah, definitely, there are some good points about it. I'd like these fish to go and be in here, ideally. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's just granite up the whole of that. I achieved my goal in life to find a job that I didn't hate. I mean, finding a job that you don't hate is definitely a massive level up in life. I don't like it, but it's quite tolerable. I would say to especially younger viewers, like, you don't have to hate your job. And ideally you shouldn't, because eventually that will destroy your ability to do your job, and that can be a problem because, you know, people need money and stuff. So I'm unemployed now for like 2 weeks for the first time in 12 years, and I really enjoy hanging around like a hobo. It must be fun for a little bit, absolutely. Had a job where I was wondering if throwing myself in front of a car so I'd have an excuse to not go to work was worth it. Absolutely, pants, and the answer is no. No, it's not. You stream a lot of clay games. Have any interest in becoming an ambassador? I had a look at their thing, and it seemed to mostly be for people who stream Don't Starve Together. So maybe I'll look again, but I don't think they're very interested in me being an ambassador, is what I'd say, Kasukin. Colleges is often the difference for me. The job is what I get paid to do. Oh, colleagues. If it's fun or not is depending on who I work with. I try to find ways not to absolutely loathe my job. Working from home surely helps with that. Absolutely, for me too, Ralph Moran. But yeah, I would definitely advise people to find a job that you at least don't hate. Especially if you're young enough to make big changes, make them. Because it does get harder to make big changes as you get older. You have, you know, more responsibilities and bills and all of that sort of stuff. And less time to make it work. So what happened with the 100 dupe challenge if one of you dies? I mean, you know what I think, Pants. A death is failure. Death is failure. When I did it, we failed it once because somebody suffocated, like, in a corner. We were doing fine. We were on top of everything. And then somebody built them into a corner. And built themselves into a corner and suffocated. And I probably could have saved them. But I didn't really think about it fast enough to work it out. That was frustrating. But I think we only had 2 attempts. Kaylee might remember. Oh, thank you, Kasukin. Yeah, when they announced it, like when they announced the oh, hang on. Sorry, the pressure in my head has changed, and I've got a bunch of ringing in my ears for a second. Oh, there you go. Sorted. Just taking a break for 1 or 2 months. I can afford that, and it feels earned after years of unhappiness in the job. I think that's an excellent choice, almost, Emily. I know that someone I know has been advised by their therapist that that might be an excellent plan, you know. Just to take some time out that you don't have to constantly rush from job to job. It's difficult. But, yes. I think a break is definitely a good way to give yourself space to think about what you want to do. Pants, absolutely save scum. If you must. Because, yeah, you can't have one die. That is unacceptable. Yeah, because I definitely had a look when they announced the new season for, in the summer, they announced a big new season for everything. And they were like, oh, here's this ambassador program. And I had a little look at it, but it definitely seemed very geared towards Don't Starve Together players. Because, you know, they do drops, like Twitch drops and all of that for Don't Starve Together players and stuff like that. rather than at their single player games. So I can look again, but I wasn't convinced. Afra, we are now doing alternating ONI and Don't Starve. Don't Starve will be back tomorrow. No need for sadness. Don't Starve is back tomorrow. So we're doing ONI Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. Don't Starve Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays. At least for the rest of the month. And then we'll see how we feel about Don't Starve. Hello Mini Kook, welcome in today. I hope you are well. Yes, so no need for sadness. Don't Starve will be back. Right, Joni Benoni, amazing. You are a mechatronics engineer. That is an important milestone. And we can actually use all that copper that I built. I was unsure at first, but actually like the alternating. I think in your channel you have some visibility and increase with some monetization. I don't know how much Twitch pays for advertising, but could be an extra cash. Twitch pays largely bugger all for advertising. I don't run any ads on my channel or anything like that because, like, it's completely pointless. Like, it's not that I'm anti-ad or anything like that. I always watch people's opening ads. I don't care that, like, Twitch makes you run the opening ads. I know some people get very upset about it, but I do not. However, I do find that running additional ads would completely not be worth the effort. What have we found? We found a carbon dioxide geyser. Well, that's disappointing. That was not what I was hoping that would be at all. And I don't know if there's any cash in the... Yes, no, absolutely. I could run ads. We could run extra ads whenever we want, really. I am free to run an ad as and when I choose. But I don't choose to. Because, as I say, in terms of monetization, I don't think it's worthwhile for me. I mean, I suppose if I had 1,000 viewers, it might be worthwhile to run an ad from time to time. But probably if I had 1,000 viewers, I'd make enough money that I didn't need to. If you see what I mean. The incentives for ads on Twitch aren't very good, I would say. Ad blockers do exist. I think we've talked about this before, my friends here, that I am not a huge fan of ad blockers. I watch the ads in my media. Because I believe in... Yes, I like to support people that makes content I like. Absolutely. So I watch their ads. I agree, Pants. That is exactly how I feel about it as well. But certainly I prefer... You know, I always prefer to watch less ads. I do watch a YouTuber actually who runs quite a few ads. But he's got a... he's very good at timing his ads so they feel sort of natural, which I quite like. So I haven't bothered with YouTube Premium yet. I'd consider it though, but I haven't found it necessary. We do need some viewers, Kasukin. Mini Kook. The colony is fairly straightforward in its development. Currently 6 dupes. We are farming for our main food source. Nice and easy. Little dining room, little bathroom. This was today. We put in today. Our power is down here. We put that in the last stream. These critters up here aren't doing anything apart from hanging out. We're not ranching or anything like that. We've got some Pacu, but again, we're not ranching them. They're just wild. We broke through here to dig out the slime biome. To get access to some polluted water, to do this bit of refinement, and just to get access to things. And now we're coming up here so we can start to learn about space and this ice biome. And that is a short summary. I hope that was intelligible for you. With YouTube, you can't tell if they get the ad revenue or not, given YouTube copyright vultures everyone. I figure if I want to support someone, I'll do it directly. I mean, that seems fine. Certainly, most YouTube creators have, like, Patreon and stuff like that so that you can support them. I've heard another streamer saying that anything below an average of 100 viewers you strictly must see as a hobby with free coffee every now and then, but nothing to consider at all in your financial plannings. I would tend to agree, almost, Emily. So I got my first payout. Thank you all very much. Because it's still exciting to get your first payout. It's not loads of money, but it is your money that you have shared with me for being entertaining, which is pretty cool. And it was really lovely to get a payout. But absolutely, I won't be quitting my day job until we are quite a bit bigger as a channel than we are now. Hopefully we can get there. But yes, the money is as yet not worth it. And indeed, in terms of the ad revenue, just like not even, would barely buy you a coffee. You know, it's the subs and the bits and stuff like that that you guys are generous enough to give me that is worth anything. And you know, that's lovely to be able to add a little bit of extra. Right, we're going to leave this for a bit now because I'm not going to break into other fresh water yet. Sorry, I'll come back to the point I was making, and it'll give these guys some chance to do something else. That's the free coffee or tea that then tastes twice as good. Absolutely. You know, I hope to, I think, save quite a bit of, how are you doing in terms of morale? I think I hope to save quite a bit of the cash that is coming from you guys, from your support, to sort of reinvest back in the stream to start with. I could do with a better camera, definitely. Thank you very much, Kasukin, for linking our Discord for Mini Kook. I could do with a better camera. This one's decent, but it's not great. And that means I could do with some lights. Because the reason I bought this one that I use now is because it has a built-in light. But it's not super, I've discovered. So I could do with a better one. I could do with an arm for my mic so I don't knock it over with my chest quite so regularly. I could do with an arm for my camera as well, so it's not just perched on top of my monitor. I could do with a second monitor, all sorts of things like that that would make the stream better. And for now, I think I'd like to put the money that you guys give me in support back into the stream where I can. You did pay for a gift that I bought for partner, in fact, because I realised I'd put some money on my PayPal credit without meaning to. I meant to just pay for it, and apparently I'd put it on PayPal credit, so I paid off my PayPal credit with my payout. May I ask something? Here in my country, the subscription recently changed to use local money. Do you know if it changes something for you? Yes, it does. It will convert to dollars. So your local ones should be cheaper for you, and that will mean we get less money. Largely. Twitch are doing a thing where they're trying to maintain people's payouts for a bit, because what they are saying is that their testing suggests that more people do subscribe. So in the end, your overall revenue goes up because it's cheaper for people to subscribe, so more people are willing to press the button. But that can take a little while because obviously you have to get the new people interested in subscribing and things like that. And your regular subscribers' value goes down a little bit, if that makes sense. I have 3 computer screens on my desk, one to play YouTube, one to play Oxygen Not Included, and one for work. I have one screen. It's only a 24-inch monitor. When I bought it, when I bought this setup last year, last Easter, I bought this setup. Like, this was the first desktop I've owned in 10 years or something, and like, it's decent, you know. I mean, it's a pre-built, it's just a Dell, but it's not a bottom of the line one. But yeah, and I was like, oh, and I've bought my own monitor, and this is all very swanky. But yeah, no, my monitor use apparently is slightly behind the times for streaming. I'd definitely like to be actually able to full screen Oxygen Not Included, even if I was still using it windowed, and actually have a screen with chat in it. Right, where do I want to go now? I'm sort of disappointed that that wasn't water. I was sort of hoping it was water, and then we could do oxygen. I think maybe we'll come along the top and see if we can break back down into something over here. That might be good. 3, 4, up there. I wonder if someone is going to abuse it via gift subs. Can you suggest, without giving someone a terrible idea about how to abuse it with gift subs, what you mean by that, Mayfrinthia? Maybe I'm just not bright enough. Give me 1 second. Oh, nuts. Apparently I can't type on my phone without opening random pages. I did it again. Literally did the same thing. I'm incompetent. Hang on. I'm incompetent at texting. To be honest, I think that's a good thing. I don't want to sound cheap, but if I have Twitch budget of 10 euros per month, I'd rather support 5 streamers with 2 euros than 2 streamers with 5 euros. Because you never only watch 2 streamers. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it without giving people ideas, but it involved 2 accounts. I mean, if there's a workaround, I'm sure someone will come up with it, Mayfrinthia, and I can completely understand that, almost, Emily. And that was sort of Twitch's point, that if you, hang on, let me finish this. Sorry, coordinating with partner. Yeah, absolutely. And that is, yeah, as they say, that is Twitch's argument, that actually more streamers will get stuff by it being a bit cheaper, because people will be more likely to use it. I don't think it makes it loads cheaper in euros. I think it's like a euro cheaper or something. That's definitely how it works out in pounds. I don't know how the localization is in the Eurozone as well, whether they've just priced everything the same in euros. They probably have. But certainly in pounds, it's about a pound cheaper now for me to sub to someone. And yeah, no, I think it's I don't, hang on, let me formulate this in my head. I think Twitch might well be right that making the barrier to entry slightly lower will encourage more people to sub. And that as long as you have a large enough community, you will recoup, if that makes sense. But yeah, a lot of the, you know, Twitch are so evil things I don't necessarily buy into anyway. There's a lot of complaining about the way things are monetized. I like the way that everyone is always like, Twitch takes 50% of our money, which, you know, is like true, but ooh, there we go. You see, it was worthwhile coming up here. We found the cool sort slash geyser. Twitch does take 50% of our subs, but like, I don't know about you, but I don't have a massive server that I could broadcast to the world from in my house. You know, I don't have, people complain about Twitch's findability. Like, no one would ever find me if I just broadcast randomly into the internet. You know, it's not like Twitch isn't actually providing streamers a service that they for sure deserve to get paid. You can argue about how the monetization works and whether, you know, if your whole brand is other people's content, how you share that revenue with them, absolutely. But, I mean, some people seem to think that, you know, Twitch should operate for free, and I'm like, well, you know, people work there as well who should be paid for their labour, just like I try and encourage us all to pay for other people's labour, not just mine, but other streamers and people on YouTube. And, you know, if people are doing stuff, yeah, nothing is free, Kasuken. You know, somebody should be paid. Oh no! I wanted to take Nicola, but Nicola is flatulent. We can't take a flatulent dupe. That is absolutely unacceptable. Oh, nuts. Oh, I really wanted to take Nicola. Nicola would be such a... You love flatulent tubes. Ralph Wren, there is something wrong with you. I just can't be bothered to collect all the natural gas up. I mean, they produce oxygen. How do they produce oxygen? You can't hold yourself fired. Because Onic, I think what you said was really interesting, and I will come back to it. Maverintia, how do they produce oxygen? Is it not polluted oxygen? No, they fart natural gas, Maverintia. That is what flatulent is. Natural gas. We've also got a doctor, builder, operator who starts with super duper digging and is an early bird. I mean, bottomless stomach is a thing, but we're going to have so few dupes that we maybe don't care. I would like another operator. Operator is on my list. And one that it naturally has some super duper hard digging doesn't seem too bad. Right. I'm gonna do a little poll actually. Let's see. Let's give chat a little bit of polling excitement. It's thrilling. This time I'm actually gonna do a poll, and I mean to do a poll and not a prediction. Because, like, I finally worked out why you were all telling me I picked the wrong thing last time. It's because I picked the wrong thing. So, poll. New poll. What is it? Hang on. Nicola. Okay, new poll. Nicola Bubbles. None. Nicola Bubbles. None. Sure. No, I'm not going to let you use your points. Something terrible will happen to me if I let you use your points. A couple of minutes is fine. There you go. Hopefully you can all see. Do you know everyone is going to pick Nicola to see you struggle? I find that my chat is usually quite nice to me on the whole. Natural gas can be used to make polluted water and power, which can be turned into oxygen later. That's definitely right. So your choices are Nicola is the top one, Bubbles is the second one, or you can pick none. Option 1, Nicola. Option 2, Bubbles. Option 3, none. I think yes, the $5 subscription is moderately steep, almost Emily. I agree. Lyra doesn't have enough interests for this playthrough, so she doesn't get a chance. Yeah, no, I agree, it's quite steep. As I say, I'm not at all against the idea that making it cheaper will just make more people want to do it. Well done, Mavrenthia. I'm glad you're able to cast your vote. And Casonic One, I agree that, like, Twitch revenue would go down way more than streamers' revenue if this genuinely meant that less people will sub. I mean, there's always the question of whether it stratifies wealth into the people with more viewers, or whether it's actually good for smaller streamers and stuff like that. A tier 2 skill is about equivalent to another interest. We've got a tie, people. You have tied between Nicola and Bubbles. Interesting. Interesting. So, electrical engineering. I mean, electrical engineering is not as worthwhile as... Should we try the flatulent dupe? I really want a running about dupe. This is kind of the perfect running about dupe. The electrical engineering means that we could teach them to... They would be able to go and build, like, power wires and stuff like that. I think that's, Can you? I thought if you wanted to go up, you had to have all of the downsides. The ones beneath. We will try Nicola. No, you do not. Oh, cool, Casonic One. That's interesting. We're going to try Nicola. Because I was excited about Nicola. And we'll deal with flatulent. Now, Nicola is going to be a plumber and can be an engineer. So, Danish, are you still here? Because I want to give this to Kasukin. Flatulent will destroy vacuums other than exhaling. will... Have I spelt Kasukin correctly? I assume it won't in a suit, though. Can they fart out of their suits? If we put them in an Atmos suit? This is not a problem I've ever had to face before. Kisukin. Does anybody know? I believe the gas will stay in the suit until they remove it. Cool. Danish isn't here to plead for their dupe. But remind me, everyone, that the last dupe that we pick has to be Danish. Because Danish has paid. So Kasukin has one. And we've done these. So we have to hold on to Danishes. Hello, Kasukin. Yes. Your dupe is here. You are flatulent, though. So, sorry about that. But look, you've got electrical engineering. You're going to be a plumber. Oh, you've got carry as well. I forgot that you'd have carry as well. Actually, you're going to be an excellent mechatronics engineer. And a plumber. And we can get you to do some research. Let's give you the researching first, so we can get you to skill up. But, because you can wear it already, let's give you the electrical engineer hat. Just hold your breath. Fidelia, you get some super duper hard digging. Since we didn't take the super duper hard digging deep. Lovely. Off we go. Good thing about vacuums is, if there's no oxygen, they'll not exhale CO2 in there, but it's different for farters, unfortunately. But you can get that sorted with door restrictions. Excellent. How much natural gas do they produce? Do we know? Where have they gone? Kasukin. Bio. Flatulent. Well, that's not helpful. Art fundamentals give you the ability to actually do art in the first place, so unfortunately aesthetic design is a useless free skill if you don't have the art interest. Just enough to be annoying, not enough to be used. I mean, that's probably fair. That is almost certainly true, Pants. I mean, we do have some natural gas, and natural gas falls. So what we're going to do... Oh, look, they've already released some for us. Lovely. 100 grams. So I think what we're going to do is set up a little bit of what's it? Somebody help me. What am I talking about? Set up a little bit of a thing. Oh, nuts. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. My brain isn't working. Gas filter thing. You need a whole colony of farters to make use of that. We're going to set up a little bit of gas filtration to just send it into wherever we decide to send all the rest of the stuff in. Right. Kaylee. What do you do? You're our artist. Oh, you're going to be mechatronics in the end, aren't you? Right, let's get you to do all of these things. I mean, if we put you up on everything, then there's no real point, is there? Well, I suppose you're not going up on digging. Kasukin, you are going to look kind of like Kaylee, except no art for you. Tidying, and no cooking as well, actually. None of this. But you are going to go up on these. So hopefully we can get some people to do some of that. Neo, actually you're going to get some of this stuff as well now. You are a cook, but you're not a decorator. You can do those two. Excellent. And the last thing we need to do for Kasukin is give them a schedule. We are going to need to move Whose bed is this? Fidelia's. We are going to need to move Fidelia's bed. Oh, hello. Oh, look at you. You what name? Somebody wrangle this. And put it somewhere else. So, we have found salt water. Not the best one we could have found, all things considered. Ideally, we'd like the cool slush as a preference because of the lower water production, because it's brine slush. So, we would still like to find the other one, if we can. That'll do. Let's break across the top there. And then we're going to carry on exploring out this side. Lovely. You can see it all. It does float on carbon dioxide. That is the only problem. But we will shortly set up some carbon skimming down here to deal with that. Let's also build a thing. Oh, it's night time now, so they can't sweep it into there, can they? They should, right. Have enough of them gone down in their thing now? Yes. Yes, that's it. Lovely. This is an advantage of leaving natural tiles here for the hatches to burrow into. They do that, and then we don't see them. Which is not too bad. Emits 100 grams of natural gas every 10 to 40 seconds, an average of 4 grams a second. Sorry, it took a while to actually find it. No problems at all, Chthonic One. Thank you for looking it up for me. That is certainly not enough to be overly useful. But we'll find something to do with it. No doubt. New layout is absolute garbage on the wiki. I tend to agree. Yes. It does seem to be a bit rubbish. So we've got 3 Wheezeworts. We need to remember not to eat the sleet wheat this time, so that I can actually mutate it. Though I don't know if we're going to want a sleet wheat farm. I suppose we might. We might. We're just going to dig along here so we can look at the world, really. Because I'm not entirely sure what I want to do next. I'd really like to build an electrolyzer, but I'd really like to build it off the cool slush. If we can find the cool slush. Because building it off either of these would be slightly more aggravating. Well, somewhere between slightly and a lot more aggravating. Right, you... We're going to move one of you up here. And one of you. Hang on. Oh no, that's fine. We've done the thing. We're also gonna start building some sweepers. That'll do. Other places we would like some sweepers include here. I think there was another sweeper I wanted. Oh yeah, I wanted one in the kitchen as well. Ideally. So we'll get on with that. We're gonna dig these out now. They no longer need to exist. We'll get along with digging up here. Aha! Could this be the cool slush? Oh no, cool slush is there. Okay. Cool slush. Cool salt slush. What is this then? Hot polluted oxygen? That would be disappointing. But we have found the cool slush. It's also handily not too far away. We could, I mean, we're not no, that's liquid oxygen, hydrogen, thanks. We're not necessarily going to use a full Rodriguez in any sense, but I'm just sort of having a sense of the space. We could definitely fit one around here to use that. The fandom wiki, yeah, it is absolute garbage, I agree. Oh, there's more Weezeworts over here as well, which is nice. I would like to build a ladder. What sort of rocks have you got up here? Mafic mostly, isn't it? Let's build a Mafic ladder. It took me a while to understand that cool steam vents don't give cool water. No, instead they give cool steam. Which, although, you know, cool therefore being a modifier, not an absolute in any sense. I definitely have, I've lost basis to just being like, well, if I open them up, they'll condense and it'll be fine. And then eventually everything got to like 100 degrees and it was a bit of a disaster area. And, yeah, that happened. So, that is a thing that happened. I would like to analyze this. We'll freeze Neo as Neo comes in to do this at some point. Lovely, right, so we're going to wind up moving this... Oh, nuts. Moving this system over here. That's how I lost my last game, except I didn't realise there's a difference between a steam vent and a cool steam vent. Oh man. Yeah, there's quite a difference between those two. No, definitely the new wiki layout is pretty terrible. I haven't lost a game in a while, it would be nice. Dot, I think you're looking for a different game if you want oxygen not included to still catch out more veteran players. This is quite a big ice biome that we've got up here. Try XCOM 2. Yes, that's definitely the sort of game that you're looking for. Pants is correct. That one will definitely make you lose anyway. I'm not super happy with the use of the very gendered pejorative there, pants. Yes, it does absolutely throw you into impossible missions to do. A streamer I watch sometimes plays the Long War mod, and someone was asking him when they how often he won, and he was like, people don't win this. You just have to like not get bored for long enough. 7 turns to hack a chest, take 6 turns to get there, and 3 pods are around the objective. Yes, I see your salt there. I see your salt there. Absolutely. There we go. We're going to start training Kaylee up to be a mechatronics engineer. You lost a few times in the rock map and no water oasis. Is the rock one the one where everything is like separated out by abyssalite? Is that one the rock? To be fair, once you've got past a certain learning hurdle in ONI, you just don't lose games anymore unless you make your own rules. Absolutely. That's why I was saying you want a different game if that's what you're looking for. That's not really what ONI is as a game. Oh, the rock is hot Volcania. I see. I had the wrong mod. Oh, I was right. This is the hot polluted oxygen. Well, we don't care about that. ONI was harsher before release. I mean, you can load the diseases restored if you would like a harsher experience. It's open world mod, what you talked about. Fair enough. I haven't played it, but I have had it recommended as a challenge. It didn't seem to be one that I necessarily wanted to do. But, you never know. Okay, it's time for more tea, because I'm getting a bit croaky. Safety save. Because safe scumming is acceptable. If, 16 dupes on cycle 40 is where it starts to get interesting. I would say so. Pants. Yeah, you're entering the important bit. Yes, it definitely was toned down a bit for release for Alpharan. Right, I'm gonna get some tea. I will be back. I return. Dot and Emily, I had a question for you regarding your food challenge, which was that I was interested to know whether you'd done the math on what... Okay, let me formulate this in a clear way. Cooking some foods adds calories. Do we know what is the most efficient food to cook for extra calories in terms of duplicant labour? Does that make sense? Suit wearing, tidying, doctoring. No, I just took a tidier. Max, I'm afraid. Just took a tidier. Don't want another tidier. I don't know what I do want. I think I want somebody who can ranch. I've only got one person who can ranch. Does a shovel cook all at once? Yes. That's like 10,000 plus calories. Maybe if we ignore shovels. My deep and abiding hatred for them. Nonsense creatures. Hello, posture. I hope you are having a lovely day and are well. Right, let's break through this. I don't need this to be here for now. Barbecue is the best. Fair enough. And then it's less worthwhile to bother with the gas range foods. If max calories, then mixed berry pie, but it takes 2 actions. Paku goes from 1k to 1.6 when cooked. Neo has a skill point here. I think, Neo, we're going to give you this, because your main job is our sciencer. Pepper bread is also happy shovel emote. You'll not find such a thing on my channel, Mayfrancia. You know how I feel about shovels. Pepper bread is also good, and 1 dupe action. Interesting. I was just thinking about it, because obviously I know that you two are doing this food challenge, and that was making me think about, well, the picture that Emily posted of your kitchen setup made me think about it. Didn't crunch the numbers at all. I just mostly go for berry sludge because wheat and blossom farms are fairly easy to maintain, and I already got lots of mutations. Berry sludge, just 1 action, not going bad. Base game maps can't be played in spaced out. No. So the world generation is in spaced out is quite different. What there is in spaced out though is come on, words, you can do it. Classic. So currently there are Terra, swamp and forest variants for classic. Is that it? They haven't introduced any new ones yet, have they? And those maps are essentially the sort of not quite the same world generation, but a similar size starting asteroid to you're used to, and then the small planetoids. If that makes sense, rather than the spaced out ones which are smaller like this. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, look, there's just going to be natural gas everywhere. What a nightmare. So, yes. I bought Spaced Out and went happy to play my old map. Ah! Yes, and unfortunately, that's not going to work. You can just, oh! Yeah, you can just disable it. You can just disable the DLC. There's a button now as well. You know the big button at the beginning? That's like here. You can just click the disable your DLC button and you should be able to play it still. in that case. If it's a very recent map, or reasonably recent. Shovel farms and barbecue would probably be great for calories, but like Max, I'm not a fan of those. It's just boring. That's my problem with shovels. They're just so boring. That like the answer is always shovels. What should I be farming? Shovels. What's the best calories? Shovels. But they are so cute. Maverinthia, you're just trying to trigger me today, aren't you? I just have like new things in my ongoing map. I don't know if you'll get the new things in your ongoing map. I think you might have to start a new map to get the new things. Ralph-Ren. Okay, we could do with some power here. Or this doesn't do anything, quite frankly. Oh, that's where I could do with another one. I knew there was somewhere else. It wasn't over the grill at all, though that's fine. It was over the goddamn power. So that we didn't keep running out of power because the dupes are too lazy to fill the generators. If you only cycle 40, it's not too bad. You can definitely catch up again. So yes, I'm not, I think we'll fill this with water when we box in a bit more. But for now, I think that's fine. So we've got this here. I'm tempted to, like, core out this way into here, and then maybe use this as our water pit. And we could even put our electrolyzer up here. Because, I mean, the maps are so small, it seems really weird being like, let's build an electrolyzer at the very edge of the map. But the maps are so small compared to the classic maps that it's still not actually very far from the base. You know, I'm just running it across there. I like my colonies clean and pretty. That's why highest efficiency doesn't have a huge priority. That seems fair, Emily. I just like mine functional. I like mine functional. I mean, I do like them clean and pretty, but I don't do too much of that these days. So what if we could dig through here? There's a little bit of salt water, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Okay. I think I can get down there. Maybe, maybe not. Let's cancel this. And then this can just pour this way. And we'll work out the salt water in a minute. And then I think we're gonna rip this out. We'll have to transport this fish at some point. But otherwise, this can be a perfect place to store our polluted water. And we should be able to build an electrolyzer on top. So that'll be the thing that we start to work on now. Yes, because that's fine. Because then if we do, well, we will. If we do the tamer for this, it comes this way anyway. That's why I have a complicated opinion on FJ's videos. You can learn a lot and it's fun sometimes, but it's always so ugly. Well, he, like me, is a great believer in in function over form. It's one of the reasons why he works for me very well, because actually we have very similar ideas about what is important in that, if you see what I mean. I like that he wants to build everything into a brick and that he doesn't really care about all of that stuff. So yeah, that works well for me, but I can completely understand why it doesn't work for everyone. It's definitely a choice. I quite often, oh, let's speed this up a bit. Sorry, I didn't speed it up after, look at this. I mean, I think it is still functioning as a lock. How much liquid is there? Yeah. I mean, not that it really matters because, oh no, we've sealed this off now. They can't get down the bottom anymore. You built 12 triage cots. What are you doing that you need 12 triage cots? Pants. What? Yeah, that's definitely too much effort. I am now ready to go do dangerous things. Unbelievable. Oh, you're tapping his cool steam with no suit? Cool steam with no suit is doable. Not ideal, but doable. Yeah, okay, that's doable, certainly. I wouldn't necessarily advise it, but certainly it can be done. Yeah, it still seems to be working. I mean, it's not really a big deal anyway, actually. But, nonetheless, I am entertained to see they have managed to break our liquid lock already. What's some third-degree burns amongst friends, indeed. Seems completely fine. Why would anyone be bothered? Lovely. Okay. Oh yeah, there's oxygen. Right, oxygen. Then we're gonna box in the base, suits, the whole bit. And then we're gonna start demolishing this whole place. I like to imagine dupes did something horribly wrong to end up in my colony, so whatever happens, they deserve it. Well, whatever makes you feel better about your hideous maiming of your dupes there, Pants. Right, let's consider heading to space here. While we're at it. We'll probably want to dig out this, and we'll probably want to box this in a bit. At least so the so we can't get all of this dripping down into it. Right, let's go here. And here. Yeah, we'll take these out. And that seems alright. There we go. Cool slash built. Excellent. honestly. We probably need like a tiny pit down here so that like the carbon dioxide can get all dealt with. I know I haven't turned this on yet, but when I do turn it on, we probably need a little pit right at the bottom of the base, just so we can gather all the natural gas in it. So it doesn't just like flow everywhere. Well done, Neo. Let's learn about this. We'll have to be careful up there because some of this is... You're welcome, Neo. We'll have to be careful out there because some of this is a vacuum. But after Neo is finished doing this, the next thing that we're going to get them doing is going to space to do some telescoping. We should set up some solar as well. That would be lovely. I mean, we have our what's-its. We might want to build a couple of extra ones. Now that we're nearly at 8 dupes. I would also like to build 2 extra masks. And then we'll also need to do this. How are we doing for algae as a point of interest? I mean, it won't be too long until we've got this up and running. But, I mean, that will partly depend on when this is going to become active again. What was I trying to look at before that? Algae. That's what I was trying to look at. Not loads, but 40 tons is probably going to be enough to see us through until we are ready to have normal piped oxygen, even with these. I mean normal piped oxygen. Just piped oxygen, really. Oh, we're getting there. And yes, once we get this up and running and can pipe oxygen into the base, then we'll be able to do things like tame this, because I am not going to do it in a pants's way and just build a bunch of triage cots and send my dupes wading into 75-degree water. It will also come in and deal with some of this, get some of these out, get to materials study, all of that sort of jazz. How are you doing in here, fish? Are you happy enough? You seem fine. Weren't we supposed to be... I see many seeds in there that I'm pretty sure we were supposed to be sweeping out of there. Pretty sure there was a thing where we were sweeping that stuff. So we didn't leave it in with the Pacu to eat. I guess we stopped doing that. I feel like the gas masks cause the dupes to consume less O2 than normal. I don't know if that's true, me. I often actually feel like certainly the suits, I often feel like you wind up using more O2 than you might otherwise expect. But that's partly just because of the way the suits work. The masks are a little bit better actually because they don't hold such a lot. So that problem occurs a bit less. I have no facts about it. It just felt that way. I mean, that's fair. Still, every time I'm just weirded out by that noise. Right. Maybe here? Seems alright. We could build it there. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do with all this space, but we could make it pretty. Make almost Emily happy by having a pretty base. I mean, as I say, I think there's a certain sort of amusing sense to making a really pretty base when we know we're going to abandon it. But you know, could leave a monument to our presence. Maybe that's it. Maybe we just need to build the great monument everywhere. And be like, we were here! Look at our monument! Might be entertaining. Has someone been breathing out in there again? They do insist on breathing out in the oxygen room. Printables are available. We got a good one? Oh, no good ones here. Let's take some copper. I find it weird that they named the nuclear reactor Research Reactor and apparently intended it for doing your materials research, but I've not once seen anyone doing it in that order. Can you even do it in that order? Where is the research reactor? I mean, they've changed the order since they introduced the research reactor. I mean, they've also changed the... I mean, I don't know how you could do it in that order when you need material science research to do it. I mean, why would you do that? Do a whole bunch of material science research to get it and then use it. I don't know. I definitely think that they haven't necessarily entirely figured out what they meant to be doing with the nuclear reactor, indeed. I also think it's a bit weird the way that the nuclear research changed to material studies research and all of that. Like, I don't really understand what that was about or why that happened. It feels like there's probably a thing there, but I don't really know what it is. Because I also find that a bit weird. I mean, I find nuclear a bit weird in general. I haven't, as you know, I haven't necessarily dipped into it massively yet. Partly because I'm not entirely sure I see the point. And I don't think that's great for the game, that they built a thing that I should obviously care about, but I'm not sure they made me care about it in any way. Yeah, you need some Wheezewort, Shinebug, Space Radbolts to get started with nuclear, but I've seen nobody switch to the reactor. It's just an easier way to knock out all the research using those methods. Yeah, maybe those methods are too strong. Maybe that's the actual problem. That what they should have done is make those methods less powerful. I mean, it's just an idea. I'm not sure I really agree with that, but I think the more you play, the more things could seem pointless. You can make a very sustainable colony with very little amount of technology. The rest is pointless in that regard. Then it's sort of having options to play and do things you like and explore different mechanics and builds. I think it's a reasonable point, Neo, but like nuclear was one of their big things to bring in for like the DLC, the spaced out DLC. And I don't know, of all the bits of the DLC, I don't know how successful that has been. If you see what I mean. To me, it's definitely the bit that feels least successful. Least controversial in lots of ways. Because, as you say, it is sort of an add-on that you can choose to play with or not. Whereas the world gen changing and, like, the tiny asteroids and all of that is much more fundamental to your play experience. But I actually think that it's more successful than the nuclear. I don't know. I like it. I think it's not as straightforward to make relevant. I agree. Yeah. No. I think that's fine. Maybe I misunderstood how they intended to sell it to me, or maybe they sold it to me in a way that wasn't quite what they meant. If you see what I mean. Like, I tried different ways to generate radiation, Weezewart's Shine Bug Reactor, never did that before the DLC Research Reactor, etc. Building a nuclear reactor is fun, but at the point where you can do it in a reasonable way, you usually don't really need it anymore. Used it for power generation, space mining, etc. Yeah, I think I get what you mean. I don't know what you think. You probably, well, Emily probably saw it, because I know you watch some of his stuff, but I know, Neo, you're not a big YouTube consumer. Francis John was saying when he built his big one in his current playthrough, that he thought it was quite a good bridge for newer players, which obviously none of the three of us count as, into late game mega projects like petroleum boilers or sour gas boilers or something nuts like that, because it sort of led you through it more effectively than those do, and required less esoteric knowledge of the mechanics to make something really big and impressive that might then inspire you to make some of the other really big stuff that you can do in late game if you choose to. But I don't know how you would feel about that, because obviously I haven't built them, so I can't really comment. But certainly that was his impression having built one. Neo sort of agrees. Fair enough. It's still really not straightforward. No. I mean, he was saying as a, as an introduction to late game mega projects, not like as an introduction to the game in any way. But a bit more straightforward than some of the other things that people do that require quite esoteric knowledge of, heat counterflowing and all of that sort of jazz. How things change state and all of that. But as I say, I haven't done it, so I can't really comment. I was just interested in that as a sort of thought about it. Ideally, we'd need newer players than us who maybe haven't done all that stuff to do it that way round now the DLC is here, and to let us know whether that works. I think it's always difficult to evaluate. Oh, this has come back to life. No? Yes? Have you? Oh no, you've just got some stuff on you. So you're active again in 32 cycles. 1.38. Decent, not amazing. Should be plenty for our oxygen needs here. But then our oxygen needs here are so minimal. That essentially one pipe of oxygen would do it, and I'm interested in whether I want to make extras and like shoot them at other planets. You know, I don't know whether I want to make loads of oxygen here and just like shoot it at other planets later. I mean, we did learn how to break it back into a half Rodriguez to make it a full Rodriguez in the last playthrough, so we could also start with a half and expand if we choose we want to. For me, it's hard to know if a new mechanic is super relevant or more of a fun thing to play with, and nuclear is more of a fun thing to play with than a way towards reaching X or Y in the game. Yes, I think so. I think I would like, I don't know, building a well-balanced set and forget reactor is not that easy. I'd put it on the same level as a petroleum boiler. That's interesting almost, Emily. As I say, I haven't built a reactor, so I can't really comment. I think I would like the nuclear reactor itself to maybe be more important in the powering of nuclear rockets or something like that. I don't know how you would balance that, but I think that would be quite a good way to make it important without making it necessary. Because, I mean, you can do loads of things without building rad rockets. You can probably do everything pretty much without building rad rockets if you take the hydrogen or the route. So I think maybe to integrate it into sort of the purpose of the game, I might like it if something about it was sort of necessary. Either in quantity or radiation. You can do everything confirmed. I thought you could, Neo. I mean, also, I think I really hope they fix the whole you power a radiation rocket by launching it and landing it a few times thing. Because that is quite disappointing to me in lots of ways. In sort of from a gameplay perspective, as much as I hope they fix that, yeah. The rest of the rocket seems, I know people were worried that the rockets would be really unbalanced, but actually the rest of the rockets don't feel that unbalanced. You've not even built a rad rocket yet, almost, Emily. Yeah, they don't seem necessary. But maybe making, you know, even if they weren't necessary, you know, maybe if the nuclear reactor was necessary to make them, then it might give this whole range of things that you were like, hey, this, you know, we could do stuff with all of this. I don't know. But yeah, I know there were some worries that, Kisukin, my flatulent dupe. How are you getting on here? Let's give you some improved carry. I can definitely see their pros and cons because they have both. Again, it's one of those things that give you alternative ways of doing the same things. Absolutely, which I don't mind. And yeah, I know people were worried that the rockets would be massively overpowered, and they don't seem to be, actually. When I played with them in the last one, it seemed fine. It didn't seem massively overpowered. It seemed more accessible than rockets used to be, but that is certainly not a bad thing because rockets used to be massively inaccessible. You know, the fact that the rocket calculator had to exist was not good design, I would say. You can't reach the farthest tiles with my liquid hydrogen rockets, so I'll probably dig into the rad rockets eventually. But yeah. It's an interesting problem. But I think I think in general I'm quite happy with the rockets, but the rad rocket nonsense needs to be fixed, I would say. It is. I know some people are like think that liquid hydrogen should be buffed as a rocket type because, you know, it is very difficult to make, especially compared to the ridiculous ease with which you can power the radiation rockets. So perhaps they should be a bit better, which doesn't seem entirely unreasonable, to be honest. What are we going to do about food here? Because we were going to go to Infinite Paku, weren't we? Hello, all you baby Paku fry. We'll sort that out later. Oxygen first. We're a long way from running out of food. It's a bit of a shame that I'm making them run all the way around the map to do this. I think I'd like to brick the basin. Maybe we'll get them going with bricking the basin. Right, we'll get them to dig this out, and then we'll brick the basin. At least so that we can dig across here without letting all of this, we'll come like all the way across here, maybe. So we can do that without letting all of this hideous gas straight into my game, into my base. You're disappointed you built all those triage cots for nothing. Well, now you found the secret to not murdering your dupes. Prepare to murder them, and it'll be okay. I just made my liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen setup out of habit and was disappointed that all I apparently needed was a rad rocket system that basically powers itself. I mean, I can completely understand that, Emily. I definitely think, you know, in the same way that I find shovels annoying, I find the current implementation of the rad rockets annoying. Frankly. Cooking, doctoring, and rocketry? No, definitely not. You're not very useful. Let's take some algae. So yes, I think that's what we'll do. We'll get them to finish digging this bit out. And then once they've dug all this out, we're going to box in the base. And then before we build any electrolyzers or anything over here, we are going to bash through this way. So that they don't have to run all the way up round here. I mean, we still might put the exit over this side, maybe. I don't know where we're going to put the exit yet. We'll work that out as we go along. But, we could have 2 exits. We could definitely afford them. We'll see. But we could have, like, an exit there and an exit there. Or like here and here, something. But yeah, we'll sort that out. Let's start bringing, no, we can't bring that down there yet. Cancel that bit. And we can do it like that, so they can still get through to those. We are going to have to probably let out a little bit of chlorine here. We might be able to brick it in. There's a balm lily there. We might be able to brick it in with a bit of work. Because I kind of want to build it there so that I can fit a liquid reservoir in here for any potential screw-ups of our system here, of our polluted water dealing with system. So I sort of want to do this, but that will require a bit of bricking stuff in, I think. We'll have to see if that's viable. That counts as a bathroom. This? Yes, this is definitely a bathroom. Washroom. Flush toilet. Plumbed wash station. No outhouses. No industrial machinery. Minimum size 12. Maximum size 64. Oh, you didn't see the doors. Oh no, we have doors both sides. Why are you both sleeping at the same time? Nobody should be on the same schedule here. Look, and if you've got time to shower, there's certainly no I often build, Ralph, and I often do this sort of setup either behind my bathroom or on the floor underneath it or something like that. I don't always have showers, but if I was doing for more dupes, I would have like 4 toilets, 4 sinks, and that makes it come out to about here, I think. And then I'd either do this behind, if my base was going to be wide enough, or on a separate floor. That's usually my preferred sort of bathroom setup. So yeah. We'll try and brick these up, and if that doesn't work out super straightforwardly, we'll just not bother. Oh, look at all this natural gas. We'll definitely have to find a way to deal with that. I'm surprised it hasn't drifted down here a bit more, to be honest. Oh, of course, it's in the kitchen. Does natural gas count as a sterile environment? Does anyone know? Normal atmosphere. Sterile atmosphere. No, natural gas is not sterile. Goddamn flatulent dupes. If it is for the cotton plant, forgot the name, could it not be polluted water? It is polluted water for the reed fibre. So what this does is, because your dupes produce more polluted water than the toilets and sinks use, well, I think it's just the toilets that produce extra polluted water. This fills up, you see, and then we send the overflow polluted water straight into the reed fibre. So yes, this keeps the line that feeds these filled up with clean water, and the reed fibre is here to handle the overflow. So as you see, showers output the same amount as goes in. So the reed fibre doesn't get very much, but toilets output more. And that's what goes into the reed fibres there. They're an overflow system, largely. Because it's a good way... It's not the sieve that does it. The sieve changes it into clean. So what we've got here, polluted water runs into the sieve. Sieve changes all the water it can into clean water, fills this line, which feeds back into the system. However, because we're producing more polluted water than we need clean water, then we get the overflow here, which the thimblereeds handily eat for us. For all I know, it's hydrogen, chlorine, CO2 and vacuum that count as sterile. Ah, fair enough. Bloody natural gas. No use to anyone. I mean, actually it's very useful, but... Ooh, right. Let's go and think about telescopes and solar. How are we going to do this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It would be OP to have sterile fart dupes, the power. Maybe you could trap them and create sterile atmospheres and stuff. That might be entertaining. I'm not sure strictly how useful, but at least entertaining. So we just need a block there, really. We are also going to need some drywall, which we will just make out of igneous. Let's not go nuts. Look, Mum, no germs in my farts. Nice. Let's turn the priority up on these. Oh, and also let's cancel these dig orders so that they don't actually break into space before we've provided a lock up here. Which obviously might be difficult because it is chilly. And we have no oil. I think we've used water before though, and it's been alright. It seems like it's not going to be alright. That's way too cold. We'll have to investigate. Yes, it's very chilly up here, I agree. Properties. Oh. Can't even make a liquid lock with it. Here was me. Maybe we can make a liquid lock with it. No. No. Doesn't condense until minus 161. Disappointing. I mean, I wonder if we could use liquid carbon dioxide. I'd worry that we'd introduce heat to it though and then break it. We might just use a door, to be honest, and not worry about it. Quite frankly. How are we getting on over here? This is coming along. This is coming along. I'm pleased to say. However, it's 8 o'clock my time, and I'm kind of hungry. So I am going to go and make myself some dinner. We will be back tomorrow. Let's slow down a little bit. We'll be back tomorrow. God, I knocked over the bloody... See, this is why I need my mic on a stand, so I don't constantly knock it over from where it sits in front of my keyboard. It would also make typing a lot more straightforward, because I wouldn't have to reach around my mic all the time to do it. I'm sorry, Emily. I told you, I need a boom for my thing. Hopefully soon I'll be able to afford one, because this mic's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I could possibly do with a pop filter as well, because I have hard consonants often. But otherwise, I'm very happy with the mic. Anyway, moving on from me destroying my kit. Thank you very much for being here, as ever. I know people do on-screen donation goals for things like a mic arm, etc. But, I am not, I'm not really about that. I don't think. Maybe if there's something really important at some point, but I think I'm happy just to have you guys support me because you want to, really, Yeah, no, I've seen them as well. I'm sometimes tempted, but as I say, I'm not sure it's in keeping with the channel and with me. So yes, speaking of support though, if you would like to support me to not knock over my mic on a regular basis, also to have a screen where I can actually look at chat, that would be lovely. I could even see Streamlabs and whether it was crashing. You can of course subscribe to the channel. It's cheaper, as we discussed earlier, for almost everyone who doesn't live in North America. Or Switzerland or Japan, I believe. I like very much your stream not being cluttered with channel meta. I like that as well. I don't see the point of all the channel meta, to be honest. I quite like to just have the game and the cam. But each to their own. And some channels with loads of stuff on I actually quite enjoy. So it's what you pay for, really, or what you want. You can also donate to the channel. There is a link underneath the stream. You can follow me on Twitter and YouTube at the Max Not Binary. Do come to the YouTube where you can catch up with previous streams, including our Don't Starve series, which will be back tomorrow. In our exciting, apparently not a trap base. Let's hope it's not a trap. Also join us on the Discord where you can chat about this or anything else. ONI, Don't Starve, stuff, queer stuff, whatever you like. Thank you all very much for being here. As I always say, the most important thing for me right now is to get more viewers. So the more of you who are here watching every day, that is the best thing you can do for the stream. Don't worry if you are lurking, if you cannot chat, if you've got 3 streams open. I don't mind. I do it all the time. If you can be here to watch, that is the best thing you can do currently to support the stream. Thank you all very much for being here, as ever. Don't let me forget when we come back to ONI on Friday that I still owe Danish a... Oh my god. Right, let's turn that off so you don't get a echo. Have we got anyone that we would like to go and visit today? Yeah, not massively. So I will see you all tomorrow for some what is the thing? Don't starve. And hopefully see you again also on Friday for some more of this. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate your support, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.